Okay, I believe we're live. My preview window from YouTube's side isn't showing any buffering issues or any problems, but YouTube itself is complaining that it's not getting enough video. I don't have a clue. But thankfully, it would be one of the few times then where this is mostly just YouTube's fault. Alright, so welcome back to Thursday's stream. I've been wanting to go back and do another RPG Maker stream for a while now. Every single time I want to go back and work on our RPG Maker game more, something else comes up that I want to talk about. Whether it's like starting up the new series, like with the Going Gone, or, falling back on the usual favorites everybody likes. But I do like coming back and doing these RPG Maker streams. Because they're fun. They're a lot of fun. I genuinely enjoy doing these. So, yeah. I guess if we want to talk about anything, we can do that while we're working on the game. So, hang on. Let me... Oh, as always with the RPG Maker games, there's about, 15 different windows I have to sort through, while you guys only have to look at, 2. So, hang on. Let me make sure everything's correct first. I believe it is. Yep, nope, that's all looking good. YouTube, you're still complaining. What gives? Not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. What? I don't believe you. OBS is fine. There isn't a single dropped frame on OBS's end. OBS isn't sending out any other alerts either. YouTube things. Just YouTube things. Alright, hang on, let me make sure we've got the background music going. Audio set. There we go. Okay, and I think all the other windows should be set up properly. One way to find out, let's switch over to the display. Woo! Oh, there goes that. Yeah, that looks good. All right. As usual with these streams, because I know some people watch these on mobile devices and everything else like that, if we're focusing on doing anything text-related or anything like that, I've got magnifier set up, so we'll just, zoom into whatever we're looking at, and that'll be fine for you guys. Hey, Daquan! Hey, now that you're here, YouTube keeps complaining to me about the audio being wacky. Not the audio, the video stream being wacky. Is it buffering it all on your end? Or is YouTube just complaining for absolutely no reason? I'm gonna bet on the latter, because the preview window looks just fine to me. Hang on. I'm sorting through a whole bunch of windows on the other monitor to make sure everything's running fine. Yes, okay, good. Alright. Let me bring up the music window here. But I can pause that on a whim. Alright. Yeah, no, that all looks good. Okay. I think we can stream. Alright. So yeah, welcome back to Stream Venture 2, The Baconing. Now, since the last time we've done this stream... Little bit. There we go. Since the last time we've done this stream, I actually added in a couple extra things that we're going to be working on tonight, but also just some general fixes that I was discussing the last time too, stuff I was just going to work on in the background, because it wouldn't make an interesting stream to work on an HP bar. So, what I went ahead and did for our game is, so now... I do believe this one now. Yes, it is. Okay, yeah. So now, instead of every 5%, now the HP bar is updating every 2%, which means, yes, there are 50 different pictures for the HP bar now, depending on how low your health is. This makes it so it's a little more accurate, because even though 5% is usually a fine medium for this stuff, RPG Maker wasn't really updating it correctly, so 2% seemed correct, although I have noticed a couple inconsistencies with 2%. So I might have to cave and just make 100 HP bar images for our gauge here. In order to make it so that it's updating every 1%. And because of how RPG Maker is doing the calculations for our HP bar, which is based on the start of this here, it's going to go ahead and make it so that it turns everything into percentages, which is, you know, our whole math setup. So, yeah, if I have to do it at 1% because it's still a little we'll do it. But, yeah. Let's go ahead and... oh, one more thing I want to show off. It's something that we're going to be working on tonight. But I do actually want to go over something fun you can do in RPG Maker. Pretty much you can do this in any version, really. Although later versions of RPG Maker actually let you do specific picture layers in order to make this process a lot easier to do. I like doing it in 2003 because it's a little tougher, but it is fun when you actually get it down. So let me show you how we can do some proper lighting. So, in RPG Maker, there isn't really a lighting system or anything like that, outside of, like, you can tint the screen to make it darker, lighter, change colors, stuff like that. So I've done a little bit of that here. But you'll also notice that we've got an effect going, so it's like, hey, it kind of looks like that fireplace is glowing. There's a little bit of a glint to that crystal ball on the table, and hey, even the candles look like they're glowing a little bit. Not really sure how well that looks on, like, if you're looking at a mobile, but if you're watching it full screen, it should look fine. Actually, what am I saying? Don't I have a magnifier? Yeah, there we go. We can just show it like that. Yeah. You can see even the candles are glowing a little bit. None of this is actually using any sprites or anything that are in RPG Maker. This is all actually just very clever picture manipulation. You can kind of do this stuff on a map-by-map basis. It's a little more difficult to do it that way, but it can be done. It's actually a lot easier to make the smallest map possible and then just do the images like that. So, before we do anything crazy, and start making some new content, I'll kind of go ahead and show off a little bit of how that process works. So, I have a whole event system up here. It's really not complicated, although it can become complicated if you're not paying attention to how it all works. So, for example, we have 3 different things here depicting different lights inside of our scene here. So right here, we've got our little glowing bevel for our ball of light, for where the crystal ball is. And then we also have this here, which is the actual glow of the fireplace and the candles. Can I show the full picture of that? If I open up my folder, I can. And then you'll notice I also have something that's a little... I can zoom in more with this, can't I? Yeah. That's a little cutout of the fireplace with some little fire graphics that I made for it. So really, all this is doing is it's overlaying a picture onto the scene, and then we just have it so that at random, it's setting a variable that's controlling the transparency of those effects going in and out. And that's really it. It's just brightening transparencies and keeping a limit between how bright it is, with 100% being it's completely transparent to 0 being it's completely it's completely visible. And yeah, that's really just kind of a simple way you can fake lighting into it. If you're doing it for a bigger map, though, you need to watch out for coordinates and like specifically where you put it, zoom sizes. It's a lot of work, but it can be done. And I think it's a nice way to add a little bit of flair to your game project. And is just something I enjoy doing on the side with it, too. So, yeah. now that we've got a couple of the other fun stuff packed away, although I did put in a couple extra things. I won't show any of them off, but there's a couple extra things going on here that when the game's finished, you guys can find all that stuff out for yourself. Not everything we're going to be showing off in the streams is going to be stuff that's going to be in the final project. But yeah, I'm very excited. Like, a lot of the stuff here is just kind of silly, but I like how some of it came out. It'll just be cute to see. Ninja Gaiden 4 is... Hell yeah, like that. They released Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. No, 4 looks great. 4, like, as soon as I saw it was Team Ninja and Platinum Games working on it, and I saw the gameplay, I'm like, yeah, that's definitely a Team Ninja and Platinum Games game. You can tell. But yeah, looks great. I'm actually more surprised how soon we're getting some of the other games, too. Like, we've got the new Doom coming out in May. I think, what was that? That Claire Obscure game looks fantastic. Like, it really reminds me of something like Lost Odyssey, which just, I love Lost Odyssey. And we also have a Compulsion Games game coming out, South of Midnight, which, like, styly looks great. It's kind of funny seeing one of their games with something that actually resembles good gameplay. I love We Happy Few's story. I could not stand playing that game. I hated playing it. Which is a shame, because We Happy Few's story is pretty incredible. Alright. Let's work on... how about we do a minigame first? Yeah, why not? I've already got everything set aside for it. In the previous streams, we worked on adding stuff to the map so that we could grind out certain areas and like little secrets to unlock things. By the way, I added a few more secrets onto the map too. Again, stuff you can find when I actually make it so everyone can play this. But last stream, we worked on a combo system for overkills for enemies. I added in a system to make it so that there is a staff that'll appear on screen. Oh, by the way, all right, I gotta play test and show this quick, because it's always a little bit of a pain in the ass to work on some of this stuff, but not to the degree to where it's like it doesn't look like it's doing a lot, okay? Like, and realistically, it's not doing a lot. God, this is gonna be a little loud. Hang on. Adjusting the audio levels will be something we do afterwards, right? Is that what you do? Yeah. So anyways, in our last stream, we worked on a new weapon that you could get here that affected combat, which was the quarterstaff. So now, if you equip it, it plays a sound and there's actually an icon on the screen showing a player that they have it on. Very useful, you know, not only just visually, but for, you know, player reasons. And we also have a thing that tells you in your inventory now when it's equipped too. So you can just push it. It unequips it. So, yeah, no more guessing if you have it on or not. There's just an icon to show you that it's there now. Still stupid. Yeah, and we have all the DVDs and everything already. So it's not like anything's really going to kill us. But, yeah, so, little thing. Just a convenience for the player, right? What if I told you this needed 4 different events and a... And it also required 2 different items to make it work. One of those things where, like, it really shouldn't be as much of a pain in the ass as it is, but it just kind of is. Now, let me readjust the button. There we go. That should be good. Okay. But yeah, so now, in the game... we have some common events that specifically work for the staff. So all this is doing, really, all this is doing is it's taking the regular staff out of your inventory and putting the one in that says it's equipped, showing that icon on the screen, and then it switches over an event to tell you, hey, this process is done. So now the staff is equipped. Make sure to shut off the previous one so it doesn't try to loop it. Alright, so now, when you use the other one, by the way, both of these staffs are just items that activate events, as you can kind of see here. That's all they're doing. It's less of an item and more it's just activating an event. So now, if you use it on the other one, it's going to unequip it, put the other staff back in. It's doing the same thing and vice versa. Again, it's a miniature, small, insignificant thing that as a player, you look at the icon, you'll understand what it is, that's it. But in terms of making an RPG Maker, it's just a little like, this is some of the stuff you kind of have to go through. Silliness. RPG Maker silliness. I love it. I absolutely love it. So yeah. Now that we got a couple of the other explanations for like some side stuff I was working on with this, let's design a new minigame. So yeah, I am very happy to take suggestions for what we should do. Nothing too terribly overcomplicated, and we don't want to be making too many new assets. We want to try to maybe have this game out in another stream or two, possibly. Make it so this is actually a product that people can play. And by the time all's said and done, by the time we're finished with this game, you'll probably be able to speed run through it in like 10-15 minutes. It's funny. VLC, why am I getting 2 pop-ups of music? I know there's music playing. I have a pop-up for it. What are you doing? Can I change that? Maybe? I don't know why it's doing that. I would have just thought that was something that was in the interface. Oh, right here. Never. Perfect. No, I was about to say, I already have a plugin set up in OBS that's showing what music playing. Just shut up. Alright. And a lot of our usuals aren't here tonight. I guess I'm going to have to make up something myself. Oh, alright. Well, let's see what map stuff we have to play with then. See, we just got the regular, yeah. Can you make a small ship with a ship tile set? I've never really used this one. Nah, this tile set's mostly just for making like an actual big wooden ship. You might be able to manipulate this in a way where you can make a smaller ship, but we just won't work with it. I just don't think we'll work with it. Alright, why don't we try... push back over to the interior. And... Well, the initial idea that I had for the minigame is you have this witch character. I have a stupid, funny thing I'm doing with this, just to show off another, like, really silly thing you can do with RPG Maker games. Kind of like how in Zelda Link's Awakening, where, like, if you tried to read a sign in that game, it would just come up with a pop-up saying, "You can't read it from this side, dummy." It's specifically... this witch character is just going to insist that you take a seat, and, if you're facing any other direction, like looking at the crystal ball, she's just kind of like, no, not that way. Until you're actually in the chair. She won't talk to you until you're sitting in the chair. Alright, but yeah, let's come up with our first minigame then. Let's see, what can we do? Just for fun. This one, is this more of a... Yeah, it's a bit more of a sand tile set. A snowy one. How about, for our first mini game that we make, we have it so that the player is kind of stuck on a plane, like right around down here, or maybe a little higher up, like here. And the entire minigame is stuff's coming down from the top of the screen. We'll see if we can find a way to randomize it, but have it so there's always one space open. Maybe we could put in difficulty modifiers so that the speed's higher too. Do like easy, normal, hard, and the higher it goes, the faster the projectiles come down. Something like that. I think we could do that. Yeah, why don't we try doing something like that? Alright, so we gotta... First things first then, we need to figure out what we want our projectiles to be then. Let's see what we got to work with just the base RT set for RPG Maker. Let's see what we got. All right, let's see. Just a couple objects. We don't really have any, like we got rocks. I mean, we could do rocks, I suppose. The rocks do have a rolling animation that we can do with them, too. Am I just doing this? So, we could work with that. Maybe we could also... It would be very simple to just make like an arrow sprite or something like that. That would work with it, and then just give it a very simple patterned animation. But maybe for the easy and normal difficulty, it could just be the rocks. Yeah, why not? Okay, we'll start with this. And from here, we need to figure out how we're going to set up the minigames. Okay, first things first, let's set up getting into the minigame. So, our first one is going to just be, you dodge rocks. This isn't going to be as complicated of a process as, say, and I'll just show it off as an example. When I did the minecart level for my game Endless Chaos. The minecart level specifically in this is it's really just its own beast. It's this whole thing, and you've got all these rock events that are coming up and keeping track of scores. This was a pain to get correct. So we're not going to do anything as complicated as this, thankfully. It's just going to be rocks coming down in random orders. So let's set up getting into the minigame first then. So I have an event here. I mean, it's going to kind of... who cares? Where unless your character's facing up, so the only way you could interact with this event and talk to her and facing up is by being in this chair. Right now she's just saying, that's right, bitch. But yeah, let's actually start with some dialogue for it. So yeah, let's do, I don't know, welcome to the minigame. What? And we'll fluff up some of this dialogue or something later. But right now we're just gonna do please select a game. And with how choices work in RPG Maker, thankfully what we can do here, this, is as long as the choices aren't going into a second box, so there's only one line of text, they'll show up in the same text box as just any text that we've put in with the previous one. So, for now, we're just going to set up our first minigame, which is going to be, Boulder Dodge. Or we could just do, Rock Block. Nah, that doesn't really tell you what the minigame is, although it would be a somewhat silly pun. Rock? Gotta have a funny name for it. Let's think. Rollin' Rock? On the Rollin' Rocker. And then for this one, right now we're just going to have a no thanks. And just act like it's cancel. So there you go. All right. So maybe we'll make a fun transition to get into the minigame when this is closer to launch. We're finishing it. Like I said, there's stuff I usually touch up on when I'm before we do these streams that I like to just work on myself. Stuff that would be too boring to do for the stream, but whatever. But yeah, so for now, we're just going to have it so it teleports us over to this new event. There we go. And since the player character is going to be stuck on the plane that they're in, we're going to be able to just set up the events like right here, since we're just going to have the player just like stuck in this general vicinity. Actually, hang on. Let me make sure that's a little more... I mean, we could widen it a little, but... nah. Yeah, so we'll just make sure that they're teleported. Yeah, we'll do 10, 12. Why not? 12. Oh, and make sure they're facing up. Okay. Now that we just have a way for the player to get into the minigame, just simple basic stuff we've set up. Let's go ahead and switch on over to working on the minigame. Alright, so we've determined that our player is going to teleport here. I'm just going to use this as a little player here marker for the time being. Move that out of the way later. So what we want to do, specifically for this minigame, is we want to make sure that the player themselves can't move above or below this spot. However, we want to make it so that these events can. So there's a couple ways we can go around doing that. Because we do still need these rocks to interact with the player in a way where it's going to be like, oh, you got hit, game over, whatever, start over. So I think the easiest way to do that is we could put in blank events that just the player can't go over. Either that, or we could just put in an event that locks it into place so that the player's up and down controls are locked. Actually, I think with this version of RPG Maker, there's a way to do that. Now that I think about it, hang on. Because we've got an event move route. Let me see. I don't think. No, they don't have it on this. They have something like it in later RPG Maker iterations, but not this one. All right. Because if we just make a blank event that's same as characters, nobody can pass through it. But that also includes the rocks that we want to hit the player character. So we can do a little bit of testing. So let's just put in, like, wall up here. And we're just going to have a whole bunch of these here so that the player is locked into this specific position and can't move. Actually, hang on. Is that 10? Well, yeah, it's 10. Okay. All right. So yeah, so our player is locked here, but now we need to make sure that these rock events can actually pass through these walls. Because, say, here, we'll do something just to test it out. So, we'll have a move event for good old Rocky here. That's pretty much just going to have him constantly moving down. We'll do a rate of 5. It will be stationary. We want the walking animation. So that should... We can set a custom route for it too, by doing this. And this would actually help with setting up frequencies as well. But we might want this rock to have more events than just that. So we'll set it as this for now. Oh, we want to change this so that it's the rock. Yeah, just in case we need to do any other events. So we're pretty much going to have a lot of this controlled on variables. So a bunch of these rocks will be gone if, like, it's on, say, variable 11 or something, like the 10th rock is cut out, you know, so on and so forth. But just for testing's sake, let's do... Make sure it's below the character. Nothing. And yeah. We're also going to set something too, just to kind of make it look silly, where the player's kind of locked into facing up. So yeah, let's see what happens with this rock. Oh, I didn't even realize we saved here. That's fine. So yeah, so we'll do Rolling Rock. Oh, we didn't shut the lighting off, yeah. So you'll notice we're stuck in place, and I think it's because we're on top of that one event. Either that or one down. And yeah, our rock isn't moving, but that's because it's set on action button. Parallel process. And... it says below character, so it shouldn't be stuck in it. Am I having him teleport to the wrong spot? At 12 facing up? No? Okay. Huh. Right. Okay. So now we need to figure out why our player character's getting stuck. They might actually just be getting stuck in this event. We can remember 10-12. Alright, let's test it again. Nope, we're still stuck. But yeah, so, You'll see I have my little cheat lighting on here too. We'll erase it afterwards. Alright, so this isn't repeating. We'll go ahead and set it up in here then. Custom 5. And you are constantly going down. Repeat the action. I'm going to have you go normal speed. Alright. Yeah, let me see if it was just that the player's getting stuck on that event. That's weird if that's the case. It's something that's set below the character, so they really shouldn't be. Alright. What's going on here? Oh! You know what it probably is? Hang on, I bet I know what it is. I bet I know what it is. Second. There shouldn't be anything locking the player after they teleport here. However... Oh, left, 12. Yeah, okay. There should... Yeah, no, even though it's a paralleled map. Hang on, let me check some. It shouldn't... There shouldn't be anything causing that. That's weird. Alright, we got our first dumb problem to figure out for the stream, I guess. And it's, what the heck's going on? This is just... Yeah, it's an action button event. There's nothing crazy. Same as character. They can't be getting stuck on the picture. Right? Whatever. And, yeah, it wouldn't be the weather effects either. Here. We'll copy these, because I have all this, for the tent ambience for when you leave. So we'll copy this and we'll make that the same effect with the teleport. Really shouldn't be causing that issue though. Yeah, the lighting picture shouldn't be causing any issue. They're not even on the same layer as the player character. Yeah, well, that shut off the lighting and everything, but there's nothing to the left or the right of the character in this. That should be causing it. Alright. These aren't doing anything. They're just they're set as action buttons. They shouldn't be doing anything. Unless one accidentally is. What's this doing? Nothing. Nothing. Oh! I bet I know what it is. I bet I know what it is. It's this tile set. It's whatever this tile set is. I think this tile set isn't sand. I think it's a wall. Let's check. That's more than likely what's causing it to happen. That's why nothing is moving. So yeah, if we go and check the terrain here... Oh, no, not terrain. Hang on, tile set. Perfect. Yeah, sure enough, this has no passability. Probably because it's supposed to be meant for the top of a tile or something. Yeah, we can... That's it. That was the only problem. So hang on. Let's make it actually sand. There we go. Okay. Now there won't be any problems. Very basic stuff like this you have to watch out for. Super basic. Anyways, yeah, okay. So yeah, now we have our thing where we notice our player can't move up or down, which is exactly what we want. This is just be a whole rock dodging minigame. But you'll notice, yep, doesn't matter. Because the rock can't move up there either. So now the situation comes to, we need to make sure that the player cannot move up or down. They can only move left and right, and they need to still be getting hit by these rocks. Even with this wall here, the rock isn't passing through the wall. And there's a couple things we can do for that. Obviously, if you set it so that the rock is above the other characters, that's going to make it so that it will, pass over the other event that's in the same as the characters. Problem is, that'll also probably count for player. Most of the time. If we set it so that there's player collision, though, we can see. So let's do player touch. And let's, I don't know, you lose, dickhead. It's something silly. Alright, so yeah, now we can get rid of these. Actually, no, wait, why are we getting... Let's set it above. Let's see if we can keep the walls, and if a player touches it, something happens. It shouldn't, though. It's above the characters. Let's make sure we're directly in the way of the rock. Yeah, see, it's just going to pass right over us. Of characters. I didn't think they changed anything with that in this particular version of RPG Maker 2003, but I did want to check. Quiet again. This is the problem when you have hundreds of music tracks. Not all the audio in all of them is going to be balanced. Alright. So now, let's figure out, well, how can we do this minigame that we want to do without, say, these walls being here. But we want to make sure that the player is locked in the position they're in, and they can't move up or down. Again, just having something like a blank event in place is going to fix that, no problem. But now, again, let's make sure that everything's working as intended, so... Player touch, gonna say, you lose, dickhead. Sure, that's working. Also, it doesn't... Not having its animation? There we go. Wait. So now, yeah, you lose, dickhead. Even if we chase the rock, it'll say that. So yeah. So what we want to do for this minigame then, we'll figure out the dodging and everything of it later. But let's have it so that we have all these different rocks and they all have different numbers on them. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 20. 20 different rocks. And we do want to make sure to give each and every one of them an individual name. Okay, so just so I don't go crazy from doing this. I'm just going to very quickly adjust all these. And the reason we want to do this is we're going to make an event that's going to randomize which of these rocks is going to be spaced out. Rocky 14, The Search for Pathing, was my favorite Rocky movie. Good to see you, Machilde. Nope, so yeah, like I said, we're just going to do a very simple thing where all the rocks are going to have individual different names that will make it easier to eliminate which one gets taken out that the player has a space to dodge in. So more than likely for this, like for the easy mode, we'll make it so there's like 2, 3 spots, or maybe like 4 or something. For the normal mode, they go a little faster and there's only 2 spots to dodge. In the hard mode, they're the fastest they can be, and it's 1. 15. 15? Yeah. Wait. No, it's 14. Learn to count. I see all these rocks, and I lose count. Am I in time for the turtle shaving competition? Is that the next minigame we're going to work on? That sounds like a who. Okay, so yeah, there we go. Okay, so yeah, now we have 1 through 20 on all the rocks. So let's figure out a way for us to make it so that each of these, one of these is eliminated, and it randomizes every single time, say, one of these rocks hits the bottom. All right. First things first, we're going to make it so that this event is set above the rest of them. That way, this event does not collide with these rocks. And yeah, we're just going to change this player here to minigame start. There we go. Make it an auto run so the player can't move. Okay. So we're going to have a very simple difficulty selection. So, and we're going to make it so that there's only easy right now. More work email. We just had a whole bunch of at-home training that we had to do. I can relate. Ugh. The only reason that it's not as much of a pain in the ass for me to do is I have a scanner and printer at my house. Alright, so yeah, we'll just do a easy, normal, hard, and never mind. There we go. And we'll just have it so, just very simply, the Nevermind will teleport us back to the minigame hut here. Grab this event that I have for the shading. And that'll just teleport the player back up here next to the seat. There. Okay, so yeah, let's work on easy for now. And as we mentioned before, we've got our 20 rocks. So we want to make it so that the player is going to start here when they come into the map. It's going to be random from, I don't know, how many variables should we do? We could, I mean, it would just be easy to have, I guess it depends on how many, we could either do it by variations, and then just have it so it knocks out certain rocks. We could have it so it's completely randomized, which could make instances where it's, like, super easy. Where, like, it randomizes to the point where there's just 4 empty spaces right next to each other, of course. There's a bit we could do. Let's think. Well, first things first, let's make a variable that's going to control all this then. First things first. Let's make a new thing here. We don't have too many enemies that we have to worry about being defeated, so let's make a new line of events here that's going to be minigames. There we go. And for this, we have called rock variable. Okay. Now, again, we could have it so this is a randomized number from, let's say, within the range of 1 to 10. And that's going to set it the second we do it. And again, we could make it so that it's just a set amount of rocks every time, and you have to dodge like maybe 5 or 6 of them so it doesn't get too complicated. It would be easier for us to just randomize which rocks disappear, though. Like, easily. But there's a couple of things we have to do to code that properly. Let's see. Alright, well, let's make a new switch for easy mode selected. So we'll do a set of switches for... yeah, we'll go here. Mechanics. I don't know. Should we put it under its own thing? Yeah, we'll just put it under its own thing. Let's just do a little miscellaneous here. We'll just do game switch. And we've got rock easy, rock normal, and rock hard. Haha, rock hard. There's the joke. There's your one joke. So yeah, we'll just make it rock easy. And so with that, we can make up our new pages here. So it'll switch over to this one if it's on easy, switch over to this one if it's on normal, and this one if it's on hard. Now. But we'll just work on one difficulty option at a time, of course. Funnily enough, this is kind of like how old assembly on consoles worked, in which there was a limited heap space and you'd store it globally rather than push pop off the stick. You had to, especially back then, when you had so many limitations, too. Nowadays, like modern consoles and everything are just computers. You just kind of do whatever you want. And thankfully, RPG Maker does not need, like, loading times or anything to process most of this. It'll just have all this stuff done within milliseconds. It doesn't even have to think about most all of it. Like, I have, like, for example, like, with other mini-games I've worked on for, Endless Chaos here. Like, this is the whole minecart mini-game for this that I worked on. And there's just an entire event here that will just take all of the rocks and reset it. It will reset every single rock that's on the map. And RPG Maker's so lightweight it doesn't even need to think about doing all this. It's done within just a second. I don't think I've ever actually made a game in RPG Maker that gets so complicated that you need it to, like, wait to figure everything out. But it's possible. Yeah. Right, done in a single tick. Old days, you couldn't even do that in a single video. Yeah, even with, like, cartridge games, which still needed time to think about that stuff in certain games. Like, just to test out my, I was testing out my RetroTink yesterday, and GoldenEye, like, has no load times or really anything like that, but The World Is Not Enough has fake load times in it, sort of fake load times, because that whole game is, like, being decompressed on the fly in a cartridge game. It's crazy, but it works very well. Yeah, even cartridge games didn't really have the necessary speeds, just have everything done just like that, you know? But yeah, so let's work on how we want to do our easy difficulty. So, we have our 20 rocks. We need to find a way so that by a variable, 4 of them are going to disappear every single time. Oh, and they have a certain set speed, too. Which we can just add to the rocks itself. So we can just have a control branch for that. So we got our custom route here. We can actually just go ahead and get rid of this now that I think about it. Stationary. Because we're going to have conditional branches here set for, hey, is this switch on? Okay, then I'm going to do this. Oh, and we'll shut this off. And we can just paste this into every rock later on to make things simple. So yeah, we'll have something like this be controlled by the speed. Like, actually control the speed of the rock. But for now, we can make it so that this event is the one that's controlling which rocks disappear. So let's debate the best way to do that. There's a few ways we could. Yeah, I did a hack like that in the Game Boy Color where we wrote a compressor on it, and during some fake loading time would run it. There's a couple of games I can think of that do stuff like that. But like, it's crazy. And of course, like, again, cartridges, SD cards, freaking M2 storage and everything. It's all so fast now. We don't have to worry about most of it. Ah, what a time to be alive. Okay, let's see. So we're going to have a rock variable control. Randomize between 1 and 10. What if... Okay, hear me out then. We're going to make it so that this variable has a random control option. Huh. Maybe it would be easier if we teleported the rocks around when they got to the bottom, too. Like, they all took different spots. Yeah, okay. So we can make it so that, alright. Once the rock hits here. And again, we're going to lock it so that the player can't actually move down here at all to screw with any of this. We can make it so that once one of the rocks hits down here, since they're all going to be going the same speed, these rocks are going to get randomized. So, you know, like, say this 2 will move over to, like, where the 18 is, or something like that. That'll make it so that we can have the 4 spaces open every single time, but they're in different spots. And that just leaves, like, completely randomized experience. Yeah, let's set it up like that. We can do that. Hang on. So, yeah, I'm going to move this up here. We're going to want some events set up so that... Let's see. Actually, can you do conditional branches by the location of an object? Event. Other. I mean, we could just set an event that makes it so that when the rock hits the bottom, it just sets it back up to the top. And that'll just be like an event touch. Again, since the player won't actually be able to walk down here, they won't be able to trigger it themselves. Yeah, okay. Event touch. And now so now we can randomize the rocks, but we need to find a way for them to not overlap each other. So, like, on the off chance that, like, a bunch of rocks go to the bottom and they hit the same spot, like, you don't have, like, 7 rocks stacked on top of each other. That would make things just a little too easy. So let's figure out how we want to code that, then. There's a couple ways we could do it. We could use the variable processing we're doing here to make sure it doesn't also. Oh, yeah, we're going to want to make sure this is a parallel process so the player will be able to move afterwards. Let's see. Just trying to figure out the best way we can do this. So I kind of wish you could do what you do in Game Maker, where you can just kind of assign things to a pool and have it pull from the pool, so that none of the rocks are actually going to be landing in the exact same locations every time. We got 20 rocks. How do we make it so that they don't overlap each other? Let's see. Oh, we could give them variable locations. That might work. And then we could have it so that there's a conditional branch. This whole thing's just going to turn to, like, if-then statements at this point, dear Lord. God. We can have a conditional branch so that if the one variable that we set up is equal to whatever spot on the map it's on, so, like, say it's 1, coordinate x1 on here, that, like, nothing else can be on top of it. We could do it that way, but it'd be complicated. Because we could just have it so that there's... Well, let's test it out. We won't know until we test it, of course. That'd be the best way to know. So, let's make a rock X and a rock Y. Okay, and let's test out just one of these rocks moving down. We want it to touch that event, and we want it to reset to a random spot back up to the top. So we can do that, like, we can do that really easily. That's no problem. So we're gonna do... Oh, where is it? Move right. 5, move down. Go down. And event touch. Teleport player. Oh no, it wouldn't be teleport player, it'd be teleport event. Should actually just be a move event. For that. Oh, yeah, we could just use that, too, yeah. for terrain ID for getting the event location, too. Yeah, move to variable location. Yeah. Okay, so let's try this. We're going to make it so that the rock has a predetermined location that it wants to teleport to. So, for example, everything's going to be at the top. So everything's going to have a y-coordinate of 0. Actually, since we're going to be doing it that way, we might actually need to make separate pages for these rocks, depending on their difficulties. Yeah, I think that'd be best. Okay. Yeah, then. So, this rock is just going to be stationary, not moving at all. New pages. That, again, will be set depending on the difficulty that gets selected. Right, okay. It's always a puzzle. It's always like figuring out a puzzle, which is why I love working on stuff like this. And again, kind of just making RPG Maker do things it wasn't really meant for. It's fun. It's why I have fun. Okay. So, yeah. So now that we have it set on this, we can actually just have a custom event where it's constantly moving down. That way we can focus on just, like, if the rock touches the player, you know, it's just like, ouchie, ouchie, you die, go back to the minigame hut or something like that. Alright, so now this is constantly moving down. Based on our difficulty we've done. We're probably going to want another event controlling variables. Either that, or we can just have this control the variables too. So, or we could just, we just put it on the rocks too. There's a couple ways we can do this, and I'm trying to think of the best way so that it's not going to mess with either other events or randomly spawn on top of other rocks. But again, if we just focus on one rock and work from there, I think we can get it. Again, this seems like something that's like, oh, this should be really simple, but there's a couple things you have to figure out too, so that it's not getting in the way of other events. So, like, you don't have a 1 in 20 chance of this one rock being the only one, because there's 20 rocks all stacked on top of each other, and the player's just like, oh, well, I better avoid that. You know? Okay. Let's see. Let me think. If we... Huh. Well, what's to say all the rocks have to come down all at once? I don't know. Alright, let's do our event. So, Rocky 1. Let's have him go from the variable that we set in Rock X and Rock Y. We should also make it so that it randomizes the variables. So, let's see. So, it'll Rock X, it'll be random from 1 to 20. And again, this is going to be only when the rock touches the event, or at least it should be. And then Rock Y, well, we don't really need to do anything with Rock Y. Because it's... Well, no, we do need to do something with Rock Y. We need to set it back up to the top, which means it needs to be a constant of 0. Okay. Right. Alright. Let's move these down here. Because we just need to be able to make sure that our little rock over here, when it touches that event at the bottom, that it's going to teleport to a random spot back up to the top. So let's get all you guys out of the way for now. Okay, let's give it a test. Alright, so here goes a rock. Oh, why did it? Huh? They're on event touch, though. What gives? Should be anything touching it. Oh. There should be anything touching it. How about... if the event touch isn't going to work, let's do something else then. We can make it so that... Yeah. Okay, so yeah, what we can do then, instead of that, is we can make it so that if it hits... Yeah, let's have the rock remember locations based on the Y coordinates. And let's say once it hits 14, it'll teleport to another random spot. We might be able to set that on the rock itself. Let's see if the player touches it. It would. Yeah. That will more than likely cause it to happen if the player touches it. But I thought with the event processing, it's supposed to do it for events too. But yeah, let's see. Yeah. Oh yeah, and now the player's not going to be able to move. Of course, we can just. Look at the rock. There we go. Where is it? So yeah, it put our rock back up. So we know it's working. I was about to say if the player touches it, so we do at least know that. Oh, you know, the event touch is probably freezing the player in place, too. If it was just player touch, they'd be able to just keep walking over it. Yeah, so what we'll probably have to do is just make it so that, like, if this hits the bottom Y coordinate, it will spawn back up to the top. Yeah. Well, at least we know the trigger works. Isn't being activated by that. Yeah. Like I said, I think what we'll have to do instead... yeah, because it might be another future version of RPG Maker I'm confusing this with. But originally, I thought that with Event Touch, it's just if any event touches it, not just the player touching it, it should run this and then reset it back up to the top. But the rock could also be getting stuck there, too. Well, let me see. We could have, as part of our global event here, pretty much kind of doing like a if-then case controlling the rock. So say, conditional branch, this can be tested by having it not be on the bottommost. Oh, yeah, that too, actually, yeah. Yeah, just put it right up here. See if that works. Good idea, that. Yeah, it's still just rolling by it. So yeah, the event touch is tied to the player then. Yeah, it's not the event itself. So yeah, that's that out of the way. That's that idea, using event touch. Again, I think what I was thinking of is this is supposed to be with event touch. I was thinking of a future version of RPG Maker where it is actually just any event, but I don't think that's the case. So we're just going to have to run a command that says, hey, if this hits the bottom Y coordinate down here at 14, teleport back up to the top. That's pretty much what we'll have to do. But we need to find a better way to control it. Let's see. So we could do a conditional branch where, say, rock Y. Hang on a sec. I got it. Hang on. Let's make this minigame star. This is just, you know, the rock. We can just kind of get rid of this. It's not going to be doing anything now. We got to find a different way to do it. So we're going to set up another event here. And what this is going to do is, I think the best way to do this realistically, it's going to be such a pain in the ass, but what else? I'm flushed with thinking of a better choice for it, though, is we need to have each of these rocks has its own unique coordinates that it gets that are updating whenever they're, hitting another map location. And then when that coordinate finally sees that it's hit 14 down here, it will reset itself back up to the top. I mean, we don't, realistically for that, we only need to have one event process going for each rock hitting the Y coordinate, though. Like, it can be done. And again, none of this is as complicated as the stupid minecart minigame that I made up, which has too many freaking variables to count. We're not going to have as many as that stupid minigame I made does. But each of the rocks might need its own Y coordinate placement so that it's not confused. Let's see. Alright, hang on. This is going to be so stupid. But I'm sure it will work is the thing. Oh, God. Oh. Man. And there's also a good chance doing it this way, too. We'll be able to avoid... Because, again, it's RPG Maker. We work with what we got. In other game engines, we could just have it, you know, pull from, like, a number pool. And it's just like, okay, you get 10, you get 11, you get 15. This is where you're going to go next time. We don't... We cannot afford such wondrous luxuries here in RPG Maker 2003. Hell, I'm pretty sure, like, I want to say it's MV... and Beyond lets you do it that way, where you can just do it. Of course, like, right around XP and everything, too, is when you can start doing, like, Luna Engine. So you could just make a custom part in the engine that just does that for you regardless. But as always, when we're doing these ones, it's fun to work around the limitations that you're given. Which is how I always see this. It's a puzzle that needs to be figured out. Okay, we have the rocks get individual Y coordinates now. Okay. Alright. Email done for now. It's okay, Cat. I think I'm going insane. Alright. So now what we want to do, we want an event here that's going to set up a conditional branch for each rock, right? Okay, so how this is going to work, we're going to have event processing when we first start the minigame. that will predetermine rocks based on their locations. And it will just kind of constantly update where the rocks are. So every second it's going to get a ID specifically from the player. My boss is out of town, so I'm the email man. Okay. So, best way for us to do that would be, check something quick. Hang on. Yeah, all right. Yeah. So we really only want the Y coordinates. If you give the rock sound cues, do we get a rock concert? Yeah, and again, all this is just kind of like just for one mini game that we're working on. Just a stupid side thing you can do. Okay. So, we can have it so it's the event location gets set, and we can just have that go off a conditional branch. Okay. First thing we need to do, though, is we need to have it memorize the variable of where each rock is. So, best way to do that, variable location. And we just need a one that's going to get terrain ID. Yeah, terrain ID should be one. Terrain ID variable store in. Okay, and now we want to do this for each rock. For each rock. Let's just test it with one of the rocks first, of course. All right. So that's gonna be. We need to keep that at player touch because again, if the player, we need to make it so that if it hits the player at all, it's going to make you lose the game. So it's just like, you're dead, dickhead. So, rock control. There's a couple ways to do this, but I just need to have it so that it's going to memorize the variable. For each rock. As it's rolling. So, terrain ID. Rock 1. And yeah, that's just going to copy it to that variable. But that's not going to be set by the rock, though. That's just going to be... It's just going to memorize it. That's all it's going to do. It's not going to do anything for our rock. We need to attach this to the rock. Hang on. What would be the best way? Yeah, because we can just do move to variable location. That's whatever. We'll do that for the events. I don't. Are these going to be the evil boulders from like the ones in Link to the Past? I mean, I suppose. There's a couple other things that we want to adjust them to do. Like maybe we'll have them go at certain speeds on higher difficulties. Like on easy, I'm thinking they all just kind of come down at one uniform speed, and then there's just spaces in between them. And then on higher difficulties, it randomizes the speeds that they come down, with it getting extremely fast on hard difficulty. That's kind of the idea we're going for with the little boulder dodging minigame at the moment. Okay. We need a conditional branch so that... our rock. Yeah. So what we want to do specifically, this is what we want. So rock 1 is set to 14. Because our map is 20 by 15. And 0 counts as a variable in this case. What did I do? Did I hit cancel? Why did I hit cancel? What did I do? Did I hit cancel? Whatever. Okay, so yeah, what we want to do is we want to make it so that, say, rock 1's equal to 14. Then what it's going to do is it's going to take the event location for, say, a rock, and it's going to pull off of the X coordinate that we set up earlier. Here. So that way it'll stay randomized. We should have it so that rock Y is pretty much always set to 0 no matter what. Okay. We still need to figure out what we're doing for these individual rocks, though. And... I gotta think of the best way to do this, though. Because, again, it's just going to be a whole bunch of rocks just going straight down a hill. Alright. But we need an event that's going to just constantly memorize and point out the location of where the rock is. Here walks through what we're trying to do. By explaining, you might see what the simplest solution could be. Yeah, okay. So, pretty much all I need to do, I need a condition where RPG Maker is going to be constantly checking for the Y coordinate of the rock. Once that Y coordinate hits 14, which is the very bottom, this event is going to process it by saying, hey, rock 1 has hit 14. Once it's hit 14, it's going to pull from the other coordinates that we have here, rock X and Y, and it's going to randomly set rock 1 back up to the top in a random X coordinate location. That's what we need to do. So again, right now, I just need something that's going to update the variable and memorize where the rock is basically every time it moves. So that's keeping track going like, okay, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then when it hits 14, it resets. Yeah. Yeah, and this move to variable location is specifically for just players. This doesn't do anything for events. Yep, that two-step program is just all we have to do. Just to test it out. We'll need to program it in later so that, like, the rocks aren't overlapping each other by being on the same X coordinate. But right now, we just want the rock to hit the bottom of the screen and then go, okay, I'm going to teleport to a random X coordinate and just reset to being back on top with the Y coordinate. But that's always going to remain the same because that's just top to bottom. Yeah. So we just want this curve for a single rock, but you plan on doing this for a list of rocks. It's all 20 rocks that are here. But just for testing right now to make sure it works, we want to just do it with one rock. Because if we can get it working with one rock, we can just paste the code into the other 19. And that'll work fine. Again, After that, we just need to figure out how they're not going to overlap on top of each other. But for right now, it should be simple. And I'm trying to think of another way. Let's see, how do I develop to this manual? First, we need the rock to fall by pressing a button. Yeah. So very easily, we already have that happening. As soon as we hit one of the difficulties, the rock starts moving. We have that set up. Second, we need a teleport button that'll perform the Y to X ramp. Yeah, so... Yeah, we can set that up very easily, actually. No. So yeah, we could just make it so that, say the player touches this below character. And with that, we can just make it so... Change this. Parallel process. So... Variable. We're going to have our rock X coordinate be 1 to 20. And our rock Y is basically always going to be 0. Oh yeah, speaking of, yeah, it shouldn't be 1 to 20. Yeah. Because of how RPG Maker works, it should be 0 to 19. There we go. It's the top coordinate 1, 1, or 0. It's 0, 0. So yeah, it's that. So it needs to be 0 to 19. Alright, so this is just going to be constantly running in the background. Randomizing just X. But we also want Y so that it's not confused when we set it later. Alright. So now we have that. So now we can just have something so that, say, the player touches it, and it's going to set the location of Rocky 1 to Rock X and Rock Y. Why is Y a ran between 0, 0, and not just assignment as 0? That's just how it looks in RPG Maker. Like, oh yeah, it's because it's random, that's why. It's yeah, there we go. Yeah. But yeah, it's just because we had it random. But no, we could just set it to 0, since it's not going to be moving from the one plane. It's just going to be moving back up to the top. So it's always going to be at 0. So yeah, now we can make it so that when the player touches this, it's going to move the rock based on that variable. So that's how we set this up. So that's the easy part. Super simple. So now we just have it so we hit easy, we hit this, and yeah, see, it's working. Every time we hit enter, it's going down at a random spot. So perfect. Yeah, easy enough. Like I said, I could have done this no problem. This is fine. But now, yeah, we know our function works. Now we need to make it, and we need to find a way so that when the rock hits coordinate 14, then it's going to reset itself back up to the top. In order to do that, we need something that's going to just constantly keep checking the location of the rocks every single time they move. Ooh! Idea. Ooh, I just had this idea. Okay. Hang on. Okay. So, we can make it. I don't know if we can do it through here. We might have to do it. Basically a busy wait loop, something that does a no operation until Y. Yeah, pretty much exactly like that. So once it hits 14, there's an event that'll trigger that says, hey, move the rock back up to the top and randomize its X coordinate. But again, in order for us to do that, hang on, before I go back into that, there is another way we can do this. We can have it so that it's kind of stupid. Hang on. I'm going over a couple ways I can do it in my head, because this might be simpler. Can I really not set it so that a variable increases on move events? What I was thinking of doing, because again, the thing with the rocks is they need to be a player touch event. If the player touches it, they lose. So, you know, it's just going to pop up a text box, you know, get wrecked, shithead. So I can't really change this for the rocks. What I wanted to do, what I had in mind, is the rock moves down one, right? So it will just, we do like a set move route. This is just an example. We can't have this on the rock. It moves down. And then it increases the rock Y variable by 1. With an addition here. Once that variable hits 14, that's when it resets back up to the top. And we could just set that on all these individual rocks that we've done. That way we could also set different speeds for them too, because no matter how fast they're going, it's going to count 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. And then once it hits 14, it goes back up to the top. But I need to find a way for the rock to be able to move without... Okay, hang on. I might have it. I might have it. Okay. It's gonna be so stupid. Hang on. I don't know RPG Maker 2003, but I put the code in GPT and it asked to translate an RPG Maker, and this is what it said. Yeah, the problem there is it might try to pull it from, like, old forms that aren't using the newest one. Yeah, we could make a common event to check Y... Wait, name it, check Y coordinate, set the trigger to parallel process. Add logic... We might be able to do that. Let me see. We could do a common event for a minigame here. Like, realistically, this is something we could kind of do. This is actually sort of how I did it for my previous game. Yeah, no, don't worry about it if it won't let you post the whole thing. I get what it's asking. Really, the only thing I would need is the snippet of how it's going to remember the Y coordinate. But yeah, I did have, for my RPG Maker game, here, when I worked on it, there is an event that's just constantly moving the cart down, and it affects the speed. And it has the player wait a couple seconds before they can push it again, so that it's staying on the tracks that it's on. We have to do something like this, but in reverse. Since it's not the player constantly moving down, it's all of the obstacles constantly moving down. I think I have it, though. I think I figured it out. If we have a parallel process, alternate use an event trigger on the map and set its parallel. That's fine. On its own, there is a... Hang on, there is an event trigger. For... Yeah, I was about to say, all the trigger is for the parallel process is literally... So this is how triggers work, super simple. Action button means the player has to push the confirm key in order for it to happen. Player touch means that it touches the player, but it's got to be like on a sprite basis where it does it. Event touch is usually if it's in the general vicinity of the player, it counts. Auto run means that it's going to play this script and the player cannot move. Parallel process means it's going to play whatever's in this script and the player can move. That's how the 5 triggers work. Very simple. And you can do event overlap to make sure that, like, events aren't colliding into each other. But again, that's kind of the opposite of what we want to happen here. We want the events to overlap. Okay, but I think I figured it out. I think we're not going to make it so that the rocks are controlled by this. We are instead going to make it so a parallel process, we can check the y coordinate of the rocks as variable equals 14, then perform the teleport. Yes, yes. And that's kind of what I was trying to set up with this. I originally just wanted an event that was constantly running at all times that's just going to check the y coordinate. I don't think it's going to work. So here's what I want to do instead. Because this should work. It's really silly. We're going to have a parallel process here. Otherwise, have the rock fall down one tile and have it proc every half. Yeah, pretty much. And then we can have that speed get increased. Depending on the difficulty. So let's set this up. And we can do this for each and every individual rock. So yeah, I'm going to have it so this event is controlling the movement of the rock. And then, again, after it's moved the rock, it's just going to have a simple move event that's going to move the rock down. And then it's going to increase the variable of, say, rock 1, y, by 1. And, what did I just do? Oh, I did a copy paste. So yeah, and then we can just set a conditional branch. This reminds me of peer review Bethesda, except I'm talking to someone useful instead of their QR department. Yeah, it's like, you're talking to someone who understands how the engine works. We just need to find a way to make it break to my whim. Since we're so limited. Again, future versions of RPG Maker have a way for us to solve this problem very easily. Because I know for a fact, at the very least, I think MV and later lets you just pick from a pool of numbers. And that would just solve this problem entirely. And again, other game engines just let you do that too. Yo-Yo Game Maker has a very easy tool that just lets you make 20 numbers, pull one of these, mission accomplished. We barely need to set up a couple lines of code in order to do something like this. About as complicated as it would get with something with Game Maker is just making it so that the event looks like it's moving properly. All right, regardless. We're just going to have a very simple event here. So say rock 1 finally hits 14. What it's then going to do is it's going to teleport it based on the rock X and rock Y coordinate. That gets randomized at the beginning. And again, that's that little thing that we have here. And we have this event here that's just constantly processing the random number for X and Y. So yeah. So do this. It's funny how simple we can make this when we sit down and think about it, though, right? All right. So otherwise, move down. Rock 1. Oh, hang on. Isn't there a... Yeah, repeat action. That way it doesn't just move down the one time. And we can also make it so that it's... I gotta move down, wait. And we can actually just change this when we adjust the difficulty, too. Okay. I think this is it. Again, we don't need to figure out... Right now, we do not need to figure out the rocks overlapping on top of each other. We just need the rock to be able to get to the bottom and teleport to the top on its own. So, let's set our difficulties again. Easy, normal, hard. And yeah, that's why I love doing this. This is essentially just like... This is essentially just me, like, approaching this like it's a puzzle. And I love it. This is why I teach rubber duck debugging in the kids' game program course. Most people can solve their bugs if they just spell it out rather than surprise the code isn't working. Yeah, exactly. Again, I love treating it like it's a puzzle. And if you could just approach it like that, it makes it fun. I love working on stuff like this for that reason. I don't get too terribly frustrated when something stops working. I just go back and I run through it and I'm like, okay, where did I mess it up? This specifically is the part that's not working, so we need to focus. It like basic game design stuff, of course, but it's one of the reasons I love working in RPG Maker, because it's RPG Maker is simple enough to where you can usually figure out what the hell is causing this problem. There it is. Okay, so again, we're just going to have it so this is set up for when we hit easy difficulty. Okay. And this is Rock 1. I'll just call it Rock 1 Reset. We'll just call it Rock 1 Reset. Okay. And now we enter the fun part. Now we need to make it so that this happens for each of the rocks. So for this, I'm going to minimize, because Magnify is just going to have me dragging that all around. Now we need to change these for each individual rock. But yeah, we'll focus on doing more of the rocks later. Right now, I just want to see if this is working. So, okay, let's go over everything that's happening right now. As soon as you get into the map, it doesn't matter. It's just going to set these coordinates randomly. And that's constantly running in the background. This is our event for the actual minigame. It's going to switch it over to easy, normal, or hard when we select our difficulty. Once that starts, these rocks are going to start moving based on this event here, which just says it's going to move down. And I want to see what it looks like if we don't fake. Actually, we might need the wait command. Isn't there supposed to be a... No, I guess not. See, now the problem I'm thinking of might happen is it's going to immediately go to 14. But that's what testing's for. Alright, let's see. Ooh, hang on. Before any of that, parallel process, above characters. We need to make sure it's above characters so that it doesn't collide with any other event. Okay. All right, well, let's see where we went wrong. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I thought was going to happen. It was just going to constantly keep adding it for every frame. That's what I thought might happen. But Rock 1 only hit 2. Take a look. Well, at least we know this is working. Where it's moving it down and waiting. Although it just seems to be waiting a bit too much. And the difference between this one as opposed to this one. Alright, let's figure this out then. Rock 1, add constant 1. Setting that rock variable may not remove the rock itself. Very true. Yeah, but what it's supposed to do is, well, we can test it in game. Let's see. Hang on. Oh, Depression's playing. Man, this is actually something we can test in game. What you doing over there, buddy? We haven't even set a difficulty yet. Hang on, where's our rock X and Y variable? Because that's probably what's doing it. Yeah, it's set to 12. So it looks like it moved it over. Let's see. Yeah. So yeah, we can actually test this. By just setting this to 14. Nope, set it back to 2. So yeah. Let's figure it out then. Oh, it's because I moved this here. When did I do that? Yeah. All right, another way we can do it. This is going to be so stupid. Okay, ready? You ready for this? Here we go. It'll work. Oh, we gotta make it so it's not repeating the action, though. Okay. I mean, this should work. Oh, this is so dumb. This is so stupid. So it's just gonna play this. And then once it hits 14, it should just go hit the branch end, go back to the top and go, oh, it's 14. Let me move this. Oh my god. Fucking, let's see. Yeah. Oh, I mean, it'll probably work. It's really stupid. It went to 15. It went to 15. Okay. So we know it's getting to... Hang on, then. That's the case. All right. Change the switch so it's greater than or equal to 14. That would work. I think what it's not doing right now, though, is it's not looping it. So, hold on. Maybe we don't need to do any of this. Dear Lord. Dear Lord. Okay. Hold on. This is so stupid. 14. Oh. Because with the conditional branch, it's supposed to just loop it. So, I think... Hang on. No, you imbecile! I copy-pasted the wrong thing. Hang on. Revert. Hold on. You shouldn't have to set it as a loop. Oh! That might help too. Set it back to 0. Because otherwise it would just teleport it back up to the top and then not do anything else. I think we might be taking this stream for granted. Oh, it's funny. No, because, like, once it's done moving this all the way down, it should... Okay, we're gonna... No, okay, you know what? You know what? Nuclear option. Nuclear option. Just do it the other way around. This is stupid. And I don't think it's going to help us with needing to randomize the location. Oh, this better. Oh. Stupid. I knew that was what was gonna happen. I knew that's what was going to happen, and I just wanted to see. Yeah, get wrecked, Shad. It's not moving it down. I knew that was gonna happen, and yet. Alright. It's teleporting each frame at least. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I might be taking it for granted. That's good. Oh my god. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Maybe if it has a weight, that'll do it. Okay. No. No, my son. Yeah. And this is why I wanted to do it based on the variable from earlier. It's not even bothering to wait. I guess that would have been a little too easy, huh? Well, greater than or equal to 14. Let's change Rock 1 to Y. Let's set event location based on rock XY. Let's try this again and see what we can figure out from there. All right. So let's move Rocky 1 down. Wait. Variable. Okay. A bit of wishful thinking. Back to just being a 2. Okay. Well, we know it worked when we did this. Sort of. Maybe I should turn down the sediment. Gonna make me eat a boulder, I tell ya. Yeah. Oh! One of them kinda worked. Look at that! That's exactly what we needed to do! What's going on with this poor second rock? Oh! It's still set to the first rock's variable is why. Yeah, that would do it. Yeah. Well, at least we know the... Well, at least we know the code's working, as intended. I think this poor second rock is confused, though. Okay, you're on a roll. Oh, man. I was just a fan of the song from Indivisible. Hey, it's better. All right. We now have it so that that's working correctly. So, it moves down, gets to +1, hits the bottom. Yeah. Forgot to zoom in. Just too wide, though. Why? Yeah, no, now I just need to figure out, what's going on with the rock that's just teleporting all over the place. Yeah, that one. Did I... Did I fuck it up more by removing a line of code? Let's get 26. 26. 13. 26. 26. It's not supposed to go that fast. The thing is, I distinctly remember an option. There's 13 lines you're incriminating by. I distinctly remember an option. It's a skipping... I distinctly remember an option in an older version of RPG Maker 2003. Where you can set it so that it does not move forward with the next event until this is done. Hang on. There might be a thing in here for it. No, the 13 is probably it's doing all these at once. So yeah. Greater than or equal to 14, so it gets reset. So there are only 3 possible. Yeah. So what it's probably doing is it's doing all of these at once. Which is not supposed to, that's what the wait is for. Oh, no. What have we done? What have we done? It was working, and then it wasn't. All right. Yeah, anyways, what I was trying to say earlier, there used to be an option where it was wait until event is finished before it moved on to the next one. And I'm not seeing that box anywhere. Maybe it's for wait for all movement. Let's see. No, whoops. Unfortunately, I think wait for all movement might mean the player. But let's see. Nope, it's not. Okay. Alright, let's check. 6, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 15. Okay. So, wait for all movement seems to have worked. It did not reset itself upon hitting 15, though. Like, what it's supposed to do is once it's done that movement, it's supposed to finish this up, go back up to the top, and go, oh, hey, it's 14. Let me reset this. Yeah, because we have it at greater than or equal to. And we can do that for this as well. Ooh, actually, no, that's probably exactly what's happening. Oh, actually, hang on. If it's going up to... It may be stuck on the way for a move. Yeah, I don't think we had that one for the last one, though. Maybe? We might have one too many. That could be it. We might just have one too many. I mean, we could just very easily just take one of these out. See if that does it. Because as long as it, like, if it doesn't move to the end line, at least we know then. Still got 15. Sorry, code for the other rocks that are setting rock 1 through a copy paste. Nope, the other ones are just saying you lose dickhead. We got rid of the stuff that was in that one. This is just one where we have to push the action button for it, so it's not going to do anything until we control it. This is the event that's setting it to go from 0 to 19 for the X coordinates. And again, all that's supposed to do is just make it from this variable. And then this is just setting it so it's switching over the difficulty. And rock variable is doing nothing for any of the events right now. The only thing this is controlling is rock 1Y. Oh! That could have done it. That could have done it, actually. If it was set at 0, it wouldn't teleport it back up in the first place. That could have been what did it. Hang on, let's see. It could have been as simple as that. It might have been that simple. Let's see. Oh. That's 15 again. Okay. Let's remove one more. It might not be hitting the end of the, oh jeez. The event processing. Because there might just be one too many. Again, if it stops moving, that's good. Yeah, that's what I'm testing right now. Did it just try moving up? Oh, it went to 15 again. Yeah, let's just delete a whole bunch of these and see what happens. So yeah, we'll have it move... Yeah, like you said, we'll have it move twice. Yeah. Can it also print Hello World at the top condition? Oh, yeah, we could do that. Really, if the top condition was working properly. It's still moving it. Okay, so it's repeating the event without us needing to Oh, no, it's like, going slow. What's it doing? Okay, hang on. I'm gonna delete this other rock here. I'm wondering if that might be causing some other problem. Because we set it to rock 2, but it's not... Hey! That's what we needed! So, I don't know what it was. Because we double-checked the code on the second rock. To make sure it wasn't interfering with it. My theory is there any code of the rock 1 was correct? Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, I think rock 2 might have just been causing the problems. So, initial theory for what was supposed to work in the first place was this. The only thing we were missing to make sure it wasn't teleporting around everywhere then was this wait for all movement. Okay. I'm going to test it one more time with just the one trigger. And I'm going to manually set it to 14. Yeah, there it goes. Huzzah! So yeah, this dumb idea of the coding I wanted to work worked. Something about how we had the second rock coded was messing up parts of it, though, then. Okay. Congratulations. We have our rock resetting using very rudimentary code. So, what we want to do, we want this one for rock 2. It may be due to the wait for all movements. Pause your rock 1 command. Well, it waits for a rock 2 command to occur. Maybe. But now that we've simplified it, we can actually test that out. So now let's make sure these are all rock 2 and not rock 1. Rock 1, rock 2, rock 2, rock 2. Rock 2. Control variable. Rock 2. Okay, wait for all movement. These all say rock 2, right? We're all pretty sure they say rock 2, so it shouldn't mess up the first rock. The only way it should mess up the first rock realistically is if it overlaps on top of the first rock. Because math. Okay, seriously, what is going on? They all say rock 2? Yeah, they all say rock 2. They're all supposed to be controlling the Y coordinate we set specifically for rock 2. And that's going to go up to 1. Add for each time. Yeah, we have the wait for all movement there. Greater than or equal to 14. Rock 2 gets teleported based on Rock X and Rock Y. Which Rock X and Rock Y, the only thing that's affecting that is this event that is constantly running in the background. This parallel process. This is just going all the time. This Rock X is going to be random every single time we check it. This... Again, rock variable isn't doing anything. Delete it. don't have it doing anything at the moment. I just want to know why it's affecting the other rock. For what reason could it be affecting the other rock? It's all rock 2. Nothing should be interfering with it. It's rock 2. It's the only one. It's just this freaking rock. Rock 2. Rock 2. There isn't another crazy rock that we've named Rock 2. We earlier gave them all individual names for each numbered rock. Okay. Hang on. Let me see how the numbers are processing. Three, 4, 5. Right, but wait for all movement could be erased. Oh! You're right. Yeah, the wait for movement could be waiting for movement for... Oh, if that's the case... That's terrible if that's the case. Oh, that'd be awful if that's the case. Because for the wait all movement, it should just pertain to that one event. It shouldn't be for all of them. Oh. Way to test it. Do it only for Rock 2. Remove Rock 1 and see if that works. Yeah, let's get rid of the Rock 2 event. Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm gonna delete the process because the rock itself isn't really doing anything. Yeah, like these aren't affecting it. So yeah, let's just set it for Rock 2. This shouldn't have been the whole stream, right? Rock 2 didn't even get to... What? Rock 2 didn't even move down to... It didn't even hit 14 when it got to the bottom. There's one more thing that might be causing this. Rock 2's not synchronized with moving down. Yeah. There's one more thing that might actually be causing this then. And it might be the speed it's moving in. Maybe. Let's set it to 3. Let's set it to 3. If that's the case, it'd be very stupid. To be fair, each rock got progressively worse until 6. Youch. Okay. It might be the speed the rock's going. So let's set that to 3. This is what I want to test out too. If I hit the delete the wait for all movement, I'm going to also set this to 3. We slow them down. Let's see what... This is stupid. Next minigame we're playing, we're just making it so you have to, like, catch birds or something. Well... Yeah, not having the wait for all movement is messing this one up. Yeah. Yeah. This is also why I teach kids their first game they should make should be Tetris, as it forces them to learn all this. Very true. Now, like I said, if we were using a different engine, none of this would be a problem. At this point, I think we might just have to cut our losses. With this minigame. Time to just get rid of 2 hours of progress. I mean, that's what you do sometimes. This is proving to be stupidly more complicated than it has to be. For something that should just be rock goes down to bottom. Once number hits 14, rock goes back up to top. Right? That's just that's all that should be happening. Okay. Oh. And I just wanted to have one set up individually for each rock. And that's it. That's the way I did on Madden. We had some broken bulb location bugs. And the fix was give testers buttons for every step in the code. Oh, there you go. And then you just figure out where exactly it went wrong. It's such simple code, too. So I think a lot of the problem is just RPG Maker. This might just be an inherent RPG Maker problem. Yeah, look, our first rock, after we've deleted the second rock event processing, is going down fine. It's going slow because we set it to 3. And all things considered, once this hits the bottom, it should go back up. 14, 15. Yep, there it is. So we know when there's one rock, it's working. Can you have it print its Y location? That's what this is. The variable we're looking at right here is our Y location. So we know this is correct because it's on the 5th spot, it's on the 6th spot, it's on the 7th spot. That was the code I wrote. This is exactly what I wanted it to do. So it's working correctly as long as there's only one rock. This, if we put in a second rock, that's where it starts having problems. And I genuinely think it's this wait for all movement. We want to see it spit out when it hits the. Oh yeah, yeah. And you were saying earlier we could just have it. It worked, shithead. Yeah. Yeah. Here, let's speed the rock up too. Let's have it go to 7, so we can see it happen faster. No, like I said, this might just be an RPG Maker 2003 problem, and there's nothing we can do about it. Yeah, it worked, shithead. Yeah. So it's working. It's all working as it should. Again, the problem is just coming from when we try to do another rock. That's where we're running into the problem. And again, I think that's just an RPG Maker problem with how the wait for all movement works. I thought for wait for all movement it would just be movement for this event, but it's not. Let's remove the wait for all movement. Oh, if we remove the wait for all movement, it's just going to do what it did earlier. It's just going to immediately count up to 14 and then teleport itself back up to the top. Yeah, see? It can't even move! Yeah. Funny. Let's ask why that happens. I can tell you why it happens. The wait for all movement is not applying to just this event. It's applying to everything. Why is it getting 14 before it's on the 14th tile? Oh, that's simple. Because the event moving down is what's triggering it to go to 14. So before it even gets to the second tile, it's already on the next number. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Because as it's crossing this line here, it's immediately hitting the next number, which is why that's happening. Like I said, I could tell you that. That's just RPG Maker things. No, again, the problem. We need to pause the loop until the rocks Y matches. That's fine and all, and that would be okay. Again, the problem is just it seems that the wait all movement is not going to work for just one event. It's going to do it for all of them. I think I used to have an old video on my channel when I was talking about making Endless Chaos. That RPG Maker hates having things constantly move in a direction. And this is one of the reasons. I think we're just bailing out of this one. We don't use Wait for All. What else can we use then? Because if we don't use that, we don't move the rock until it syncs up again. See, this is why earlier I wanted to have it so that there was an event that was constantly remembering the location of the rocks. So that it would go, okay, it's at Y coordinate 1, Y coordinate 2, Y coordinate 3. And there just wasn't anything we could find for it. Oh, the conditional branch is literally just checking for if that number we have is higher than 14. And if not, it just does this. I think... Bashildi, I would absolutely love to do that. I would. I really would. You might be underestimating just how simple RPG Maker is. We can't do like a tertiary check. We can't have it so that there's 3 conditional branches. There is just a, is it doing this thing or is it not doing this thing? That's literally it. What? There is no, there is not. Oh, okay. Here, let me show you how we have to work around stuff for RPG Maker, specifically for stuff like this. Okay. This version of RPG Maker does not do decimals. It does not understand what they are. It does not round up to them. If it sees that there is a decimal place in a number, it gets confused and just does nothing. This is how simple RPG Maker 2003 is. So, again, when I made our little gauge for setting up our HP, this is because I have it based on math I set up for it. Yeah, it has yeah, exactly. Hard integers like Game Boy, no decimals or anything else like that. So when I made the HP system, it sets it based on the main character's HP. It times it by 100 so that it doesn't have to deal with a decimal point, and then it halves that. Yeah, exactly. We had to do fixed math. Yeah. That's how simple RPG Maker 2003 is. I think this minigame is just bust. I think that's where we're at. Funny. This is good. Why can't I select... Hello. Is there a reason you're not letting me click on this? Have you tried to wait for completion? Let's see. What is going on? It is not letting me select this. Let me close it and open it again. There we go. No clue what happened there. Ugh. Alright. That explanation, left me a little thirsty. I'm gonna go refill my drink. I'll be right back. Hang on. But, yeah, actually, no, wait for completion, before I do that. Wait for completion is actually what I was hoping is going to be in it. Because there are other things in RPG Maker that do wait for completion. Like, for instance, Tint's screen here has a checkbox for wait for completion. The problem is, I specifically remember for Set Move Route in older versions of RPG Maker, not this one you can buy on Steam, had a checkbox here that said wait for completion. I just don't think it's here anymore. But yeah, hang on. I'll be right back. Hang on. Hey, Ricky. Yeah, we just had to scrap an entire minigame we were working on because RPG Maker just wouldn't code multiple rocks moving down properly. No. I'm pretty no. ChatGPT is correct in that the wait for completion is there. It's there. It's absolutely there. It's just not there for the move event is the problem. Again, I remember in an older version of RPG Maker, not this one on Steam, there used to be a checkbox here for waiting for completion. It's just not here anymore. Again, other events do still have it. Tinting the screen has wait for completion. Flashing has wait for completion. Shaking has wait for completion. Just not moving. Alright, yeah. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get a drink quick. Hang on. I think we're just gonna have to make a whole new minigame. Yeah, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Put some flavor mix in my water. There we go. Okay. Get back to it. I'm thinking... Well, I mean, we're probably just... We're gonna scrap this minigame. First things first. We can design... easier minigames than this. So we'll keep this aside just in case. Oh, wait. Whoop. Trying to edit the wrong one. Add a map. There we go. All right. why don't we work on something a little simpler, like something super simple, just to off balance all that. Let's do a very easy mini game. Watch this. It won't even be barely an inconvenience. Bird chasing. No, wait! We gotta fable it! Chicken kicking. Oh, you wanna play some chicken kicking? I don't know. I don't know if RPG Maker's RTP comes with a chicken sprite. I don't think it does. Oh, it does! Oh, we can make this work. Okay, perfect. Yeah, we can make this work. Such a mention why I think it's not working in Discord. There's probably a dozen reasons it's not working, and there's probably like a couple other ways we could get it working. Like for sure. And again, if we were using any other game making engine, without a doubt, there's easier ways to do it, but it just RPG Maker itself just doesn't want to do it. Okay. Alright, so we've wasted an hour and a half. That's good. Alright, so how about a really simple minigame? Okay, let's do an auto run. Minigame start. Oh, I'm not zoomed in, sorry. Show choices. We'll do another easy, medium, hard, and never mind. This would happen on Real Unity. You're setting positions in a switch statement that's processing multiple times. You're causing multiple atomic actions, which would break more than once. Problem is you're setting multiple movement locations before they complete in the engine. That might be doing it too. Unfortunately, we just don't have too many easy ways to check in RPG Maker. Again, it's sometimes the simplicity is its downfall. But it's fun to try to find ways to work around it. Let me see. All right, but let's, like I said, I'm going to switch over to working on something that we could just do simply. So we got Chicken Chaser, easy. Chicken Chaser, medium. Chicken Chaser, hard. And thus, the flip a coin minigame was happening. I mean, it's not quite that easy, but it's easy. So, pretty much what we're gonna do, like I said, compared to what we were doing before, like we can make this work. We could probably make this work without even checking it. We're going to do a game where you go around and you kick chickens, Fable style. So, we're going to make it so that there is a variable timer. On easy, it's going to be a minute. On normal, it's going to be 30 seconds. And hard's going to be 15 seconds. And it's pretty much just kick 10 chickens. Something to that effect. Actually, make this simpler. Don't even need to have that on these. We can just have it on that. There we go. And then we'll have a little countdown. Just something simple. Oh, should display text settings. Hang on, I gotta pull up my... I have a cheat sheet somewhere. For text commands. Pretty sure I've got it in here. Yeah, there it is. This is just pretty much everything you can make a text box do. What we want to do is we want to make the text box wait a whole second. There's a code to do that. Should be slash... Yeah, okay, it's exactly what I thought it was. Slash... Yep. So. 2, 1. Go. Actually, we could just... Hang on. We could actually make it so it's an actual countdown instead of doing that, so... 3... And then that way we could actually just have it play a sound, too. We do it like that. So... I mean, probably not that one. Let's see. Turn on the music a little bit while we pick out some sound effects. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Just use the clock. So, yeah, specifically for these commands, for the text box, this one right here is making it so that it actually waits a full second before letting the player hit anything on the box. And then this one's making it so that the text box closes by itself without the player's actual input on anything. So, it'll just lead to an actual countdown that we're doing. Ooh, and to make things a little more satisfying, we can have it so the tempo increases each time it gets closer. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. There. All right. So, this should just work, really, without us needing to test it or anything like that. But, you know, let's find out. Looks good, looks good. Set this to parallel process. That way we'll be able to move around once the text box disappears. Alright, let's set this so that's actually taking us to our new minigame. Boop, 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 boop. There. Uh-oh. Oh, I had it on medium. Yeah. Yep, so that's working. Like I said, I didn't even need to test it to make sure. I just knew it would. Yeah, I had it set on the medium. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna turn the music on. It's playing right now. Ooh! Great at playing music. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so all that's going to happen with this one, very simply, once it says go, it's going to switch over and activate, all this is happening right now is it's setting a timer for 1 minute. The harder you make it, the less time you have. So we could actually, just to make it so the player knows that, easy, 1 minute. Medium, 30 seconds. Hard, 15 seconds. There. And then we'll have a little text box beforehand that says, kick 10 chickens. Time runs out. Very simple. Like I said, I just want to work on something simple after trying to figure out all that dumb nonsense. Just RPG Maker things. So yeah. So now it'll switch over to this, mix the parallel process, which is easy process. Yeah. Move on to that. Okay. And so, yeah. So we have a very simple minigame we're going to do. All that's going to happen is we're going to have 3 chickens that are placed right here. And the only thing that the player has to do is touch them. And every time they touch them, I'll do chicken 1. They're going to teleport to a random point on the map, and you have to chase after them. That's it. It doesn't get much more simple than that. I wanted to work on other stuff tonight. That I'm sitting here trying to shove pieces into a puzzle. Alright, so set Y. Yeah, we're gonna just make... Actually, I don't think we even need to do that. We just have a thing that already processes that with a variable. Yeah, map X, so we just set that random number between 0, 19, map Y, random number between 0, 14. Parallel process. Love everyone. Simple. No, RPG Maker. I love RPG Maker. No, genuinely, I do enjoy figuring out how to do really stupid stuff in this. This is 2000 or 2003. 2003. Right now, we're just making a dumb minigame to go with our dumb RPG Maker, like, beat-em-up that we made. That's just going to have a random minigame where you're going around kicking chickens. Something simple, because our other minigame, dodging rolling rocks, wasn't working out. I made one in 2000 recently called Diary. Cool. I love seeing other people's RPG Makers. Like, genuinely, I do love it. I've worked on a couple of games with other developers. And I've made my completely own game in RPG Maker, which was the Endless Chaos. Which I think I'll show off a little bit of that once we get towards the end of the stream. Just to kind of compare and contrast, again, how, like, this all looks really simple. Like, what you're doing is super simple, but all the coding and everything that has to go behind it. And how complicated stuff gets. I think I did download that, just had to get around to playing it. Yeah, right now the only you can, like, the Endless Chaos by itself is complete, from beginning to end. It's just the finale to the game that's not finished. But the 4 levels, everything you can do in the game, that's all done. That's finished. But yeah, so yeah. So now we're just making it so that let's just do event touch instead of player touch. Yeah, the finale I've been working on for a while, because it's a little more complicated than I was expecting. I am essentially turning RPG Maker 2003 into a first-person dungeon crawler with the finale. It's really tough. It's pretty much a whole bunch of pictures and everything else to give the illusion that you're walking around in a 3D space. Pain in the ass. But, yeah, pretty much like a ye olde fixed-grid first-person dungeon crawler of the days of old. And, yeah, I even made some music for it. I had a serious RPG Maker game way back when, I think in like 2000, 2001, but I've since lost it in a hard drive. I worked on a fan game for Clock Tower a while back called Clock Tower Zero Fear. The developer had a lot of bugs and everything in it that made it so you couldn't reach certain endings. So I actually got in touch with them, like, hey, I've used this a lot. And, like, I really like your content, like your jokes, like your humor and everything else in it, but I noticed there's a lot of endings that you can't actually reach in the game because stuff's stopping you from doing it. Would you mind if I fixed it and re-released it? Also, with it being RPG Maker 2003, they didn't have their BMPs and PNGs set for 256 colors, so a lot of stuff looked, like, really muffled and everything else. Like, it was all, like, grayscaled. So I was like, I can fix all that for you, too. There's a way to just force 256-bit map into it, so all the pictures look good. So I went and fixed all of that, and the game got re-released with the fixed version. Neither of us have copies of it anymore. I wish I could find it. Like, I went through all my old flash drives, I went through one of my old hard drives and hooked it up. I cannot find it. I spent, like, 2 months fixing that game up. And I have no idea what happened to it. I have screenshots of me working on it. I have the new icon and installer I made for it. But, yeah, it just didn't work. Alright, so this is super simple to set up. So all we do, literally for this, super simple for this dumb chicken kicking minigame we're going to do. Hopefully it'll be better this time. We'll have dialogue superior. Yeah, I had to do that for my RPG Maker game. I went and rewrote a lot of the jokes. So it was a lot less memes and references to other things and more just like, hey, my humor's improved since then. And I can actually write my own jokes. So what we're doing for this minigame. Chicken kicked. 1. Constant of 1. So anytime the player touches this, it's going to do that. It's going to play a sound effect, which is just going to be like a chicken. Yeah, just... Oh, and if we want to have a lot of fun with this, I like doing this just for silly reasons. In RPG Maker, I like having different pitch sounds, especially if you're doing something over and over again, so that it does not get boring. We can just make a variable for the minigame, and call it chicken pitched. There we go. And we're not going to do anything with that yet, but we'll have it set up. So, conditional branch for if chicken pitched is, let's say, 1. Oh, yeah, we will want to make it so that that variable's pitched is set. And we'll just do, we'll do 5. Why not? Oh, no, set random 1 to 5. There. So yeah, we'll have it so that, say it's set to 1. Then it's just going to do a regular like that. And then we're going to want to have it do a little flash. Make it flash red. Hi, Dragoon. Wait, I don't know. You could have probably skipped the last 2 hours of the stream and not really missed anything. We were trying to figure out how to do a minigame where there were boulders rolling down on the hill. And, like, I had somebody else looking into it and everything, too. And just, RPG Maker was just not having it. It like, we added 1 rock and it worked. We added a second rock and everything broke. And there was going to be 20 rocks, so... I'm more than positive there's a way to fix it. Actually, I think they posted on... Bashildi posted on the Discord there might be a specific way to fix it. But, yeah, it just was not happening. Alright, and then we're going to have our chicken here teleport based on the map X and map Y coordinates that we have getting randomized from this event here. So every time this chicken gets kicked, it's going to add +1 to our score here. It's going to flash the... Oh, it shouldn't be flashing the screen. What am I doing? I want to flash the event. There we go. Chicken. Red. Just for half a second. Don't wait for completion. There we go. No landsliding games cutscenes in the... Funny thing is... I'll show this off really quick. The problem was just making it so that the rock... Like, every single rock would reset. So, here, I'll show it really quick. All that was happening with the minigame is I had it so that, okay... if the rock hits 14... it resets itself back up to the top in a random X location. Otherwise, if it's not doing that, it moves down and adds +1. That lets it know it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so on and so forth, till it hits the bottom of the map, which is 14. Then it teleports itself back up. That's what it's doing. If it's 1 rock, it works fine. A second rock breaks it. Yeah, but I've actually done this in reverse, and it was... Funnily enough, it was complicated to set up in this, too. This is my actual finished game that I've worked on. But we can't do it on this. Just do a new make. Yeah, no, just... I hit yes. I could have hit no to skip all this. Like, I haven't played my own game before. Yeah. I did a whole minecart level in my own game that's based on the minecart section in Cutthroat Island. Uh-oh. Oh, it's moving quick. I know why it's moving quick. It's going based off my frame rate. Wow! So, this is an RPG Maker 2003 specific problem. We can fix this. Yeah, see, if we show the FPS, it's it's really tiny at the top, but it's saying it's running at 100. Yeah, it's because I have my computer running at 120 FPS. That's the problem. So hang on. I can fix this. What causes it? I've actually gotten in touch with one of the developers of the 2003 port on Steam. What's causing it is just the frame rate. It's like, oh, this is an easy fix. Just have it so that the game's limited to 60 at all times. This stupid camera movement event that I have for this particular mini game is bugged. So, yeah, this should work. Yeah. Yeah, so like, hey, look at that, it's working now, yay! But yeah, I've done the opposite of this with this dumb mini game. And literally, the reason this works, and the other thing doesn't, is all that's happening is just these things are getting reset with one event once the player gets hit. That's easy to do. The minecart hitting. Yeah, I had fun doing dumb little stuff like this. But yeah, this whole thing is just based off my nightmares of Sega Genesis game called Cutthroat Island. Yeah, we won't do that whole thing. And a stealth section. Oh my. No, Endless Chaos is literally replaying through 4 games that I hated in RPG Maker. Each game was a test to see if I could work with RPG Maker in ways it did not expect. Each and every one. The only game here that plays like an actual RPG Maker game is the Pumpkinhead level. Otherwise, I have a full recreation of E.T. that I made. This is the most fun I had with this. But yeah, everything works down to the specific spots you have to stand on to see if there's any of the items you're looking for falling into pits. Oh great, how do I get out? What the hell? Oh god, it hurts! Ow! It hurts. But yeah, you get a little bonus if you go through this whole thing without getting caught by Pumpkinhead. Oh, if you fall in that middle pit, because I was playing it when this game came out at the time, a creeper from Minecraft kills you. Yeah. No, there's a whole bunch of like surprisingly stupid stuff that goes into coding something like this. Jeepers creepers. Like I didn't implement a run button into this until later, and all the run button does is you push a button and it just gives you a speed boost for 5 seconds. There are 3 variations of the letter placement. I think it's just 3. I might have added 2 more, but I honestly don't remember off the top of my head. The easiest way to beat this game is to constantly keep switching back and forth between maps. Oh, well, that's one life lost. No bonus for us. Because if you constantly switch back and forth between maps, it resets Pumpkinhead's timer. Is there a sheriff in town that takes you to jail? Yeah, Pumpkinhead does it. Pumpkinhead kills you, takes a life, sends you to jail. Take you back to Rome, young man. But with the timer, yeah, there it is. With the timer that he has, it does not reset while you're in a pit, so he can pop up as soon as you show up in one. Yeah, once you win, you go back to the middle of the map. Like an OG, that's it. Congratulations, you beat ET. But yeah, no, that's the well. I might do a full playthrough of that at some point just to show off some fun stuff. But yeah, no, let's get back to RPG. Yeah, but actually no, there was a reason I brought that all up. What am I even doing? So for the ET level, like, again, a lot of what you see and everything looks very simplistic. Like, it's just like, wow, you beat an ET level in 5 minutes, right? And of course, there's a lot of work that goes into just making an RPG Maker game where just everything does that, you know? Like, every single time you step on one of these map tiles, it needs to take you to the perpendicular map tile of the next one. So, just, you know, for example, you know, you go from here, you need to make sure that it's going to teleport you here, for starters. And then there's these event here's that make it so that, like, you can do the teleport, and the icon up here activates if you have it on, turns off if you don't. Like, there's a lot that goes into making games like this, because it all looks very easy when you're playing it, of course, and then you crack open the hood and it's like, oh dear God. Yeah, he doesn't send you to peripheral layer. Oh, you get. I remade Pumpkinhead in RPG Maker Dragoon. I just remade it. It's funny. But yeah, again, I just wanted to show that off because even when we're doing something as simple as this, it can get overly complicated, especially when you're trying to find ways to break RPG Maker. Again, making it just do things it's not really meant to do. But yeah. So, back to our mini game. Gosh, I just keep getting distracted. Actually, I think it was really good that I did that, because kind of takes my mind off this so I can refocus on doing some of these things. Yeah, this is just going to be very simple. So now the chicken's going to teleport. We want the chicken's movement to be random. So we'll have to do walking animation. There we go. Spin the chicken! Yeah, random. Set it to, I think 5 should be good. Yeah, and like this is as simple as we can do this minigame. Like this is practically done, so we can just spawn another one here, call it Chicken 2. Oh, what am I doing? We want to do the other pitch shifts for the walking. So have this one be a little higher. And then we'll have this one be the highest. Go, set that to 3. Be careful you don't abuse the cook. We should make it, because you only need to get 10 to win. We should make it so that if you overscore, you just get murdered. You got 50 of them. You bastard. You know, we'll just set this one so it's a little lower. And lastly, lowest. That's actually a bit annoying. We're gonna do that. What did I do? Oh, I set that one to... Whoops. I set that one to 5. That one. There. Oh, what'd I do? Nothing. However, on RPG Maker 2003 coding's been interesting tonight. Yeah, it's... just things that happen. Alright, so, hang on. We're gonna set that to there. That to there. Those rocks did not know. There. Okay, so yeah, now, every time you touch one of the chickens, it's gonna play one of those random sounds. That way, it's not just the same sound over and over again. It's a little pitch shift. But that makes things simpler. So now, we'll do a second chicken, and it's just literally, we could just copy and paste everything. The only thing we have to make sure now is that all these events that are for chicken 1 are going to be for chicken 2 instead. So we can pop up, pop up, and pop up. And then same thing for the teleport event. We want to make sure that's for chicken 2. There we go. And then we'll set up one more chicken to do it. Yeah, I did not think me trying to figure out that stupid minigame and the best way we were going to do it was how we were going to spend most of this stream. I'd warp back in time and just say, no, this is a terrible idea, if I could. I guess it should make for some interesting viewing, though. Like, if someone tunes into this stream later, you know, they're screaming at the screen, just like, oh, come on! You could have just done this! I do actually very much encourage feedback, and people tell me, hey, you could try doing it like this. Like, I don't get upset about any of that at all. This is just a fun project we're doing. Like, it's not like a like Yandere's dev situation or something. Where it's just like, or don't tell me how to do it, don't do it. Actually, just to keep things perpendicular, should we set up one more chicken? Why not? We're already here. We'll do one more chicken. Make it a little easier. Good learning. Exactly, yeah, and that's the thing, is like a lot of this is... I always approach it as just solving a puzzle in something. That is absolutely how I love doing these streams. Like, there's nothing to get upset over. There's nothing to... like really get terribly upset about. It's just like, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I'm no pro coding. I really hate debugging back in my university class, so no judging. Yeah. And again, thankfully with RPG Maker, it's super simple to just do stuff like this. But sometimes RPG Maker is just too simple for its own good, and you just can't do something. All right, so we pretty much got this minigame all set up. We just need to set up a win condition now. But let's test it out. Repeating that. And I know why. There we go. Cuckoos in the desert. We could, yeah, we could. I only had it set up because I was just doing it off this one. I mean, we realistically could just, you know, make it like a grassy map compared to the other one. Set up a couple tufts. A little more flavor, you know. Wow, look at that! There. Now it doesn't look quite so boring. But, yeah, so... Hang on, let me fix that event. The minigame starting. Actually, I'm confused why it's resetting it. This switch is turning on... Oh! Idiot! Idiot. Dumb, stupid, idiot me. I'm a big dumb. I had it set on the rock ones, not the chicken ones. Dumb. I was like, why is it doing it? Oh, because I'm an idiot. We've solved the mystery. No! Not the rock minigame! It's cursed! It doesn't work! Why are we here? As you'll see, from the code and everything we set up. Like, hey, look, that's working. But again, as soon as, the other rocks start going, it all goes to hell. Yeah. Go, chickens, go! Uh-oh. Oh no. Where'd the chickens go? They're gone! Let's make sure that X and Y is working. Because that would be the first thing that would be causing problems. Whoa! I know what's going on. You know what's happening? Oh, it's so funny. It's adding the variable it's not setting. So the chickens are going to map coordinates that just don't exist. They're off the map. Oh, I love RPG Maker. We really kicked them. We really kicked them. They're just fucking gone. There, so yeah, it's working. Sometimes all the sounds are playing at once. Actually, I'm curious when that's happening if the score's going up by 2 points. 44. 40. So what's happening? I know exactly what's happening. So it's learning to the point where yeah, it's doing like 3 or 4 of them at once. What it's supposed to be doing is it's supposed to just be picking one, and then picking one of them from here. It's because of the event touch. We could solve this really easy by switching it to player touch. But I think if I just make it so it's part of the same processing here, that should fix it. Yeah, this should fix it. Or maybe not. Yeah, it says we've kicked 9 chickens. And 11 chickens. Okay. Hang on. Yeah, it's processing this just a bit too fast. So it's literally so quick that it's doing it multiple times. We can solve this, actually. Hang on. We put a millisecond of a delay on it, and I think that should fix it. Yeah, if we just set up millisecond, millisecond, millisecond. So the player will be paused for a tenth of a second. Actually, I think this is how I did my other minigame, too, because it was doing something similar. Or maybe not. We kicked 3 chickens at once. Yeah, this might be an event touch situation. Let's try player touch. Get rid of the second. Yeah. I think it might just be because of event touch. Let's see. No? What is going on? Oh, we have another problem to figure out now. So it's definitely because of how we're handling the pitch. It's processing the pitch so fast that it's just pinging multiples of these at once. So, alright. Oh! I'm an idiot! It's set to greater than or equal to. Because we had the other thing set to greater than or equal to when we were working on the rocks, and I just never noticed that we didn't switch back. So, the higher the chicken's pitch was, the more points you were getting. I love video games. Alright, so let's fix this with all of our chickens. We gotta go through and individually fix them. Because we could just copy and paste the first chicken. But if we did that, then we'd be changing these 2 events instead. Man. Okay, so yeah, it wasn't the event touch. It was just me being an idiot again. It's just been stacks of me being an idiot. All because I wanted the chickens to have a particular pitch when you interacted with them. Alright. Yeah, if this works, we could probably just switch it back to events so that the player doesn't need to be right up the chicken's ass for it every time. I hit the rock again. That sounds better. There. Working as intended. Thanks, Todd. Actually, no, working as intended is a Dark Souls joke, isn't it? Perfect. Okay. don't we do 20? So the chickens are going to get progressively faster on each one, I think, is how we'll do it. So it'll be 20. It'll be 15. And 10. But the chickens are going to get faster and you have less time to do it. Hence the difficulty. Okay. And so now what we can do is we can have it so that the chickens here will move a little faster depending on what difficulty you have set up. So for this first page, they're going to do absolutely nothing but sit there. For this one, they're just going to do the event that we have here. So yeah, just keep them stationary on this. And then we can do the same thing. But for medium, we can increase the frequency to 6. And then once more, hard. Frequency is 7. Same thing. And that's it. That's how we can set up one of the chickens. Congratulations, we have difficulty. Artificial difficulty, but difficulty nonetheless. Now, let's do that for all 4 of our chickens now. All right, easy. 5, 6. And 7. Yeah. Yes, so now we have 2 mini games. One where you have to dodge rocks, one where you have to do chickens. And the hardest difficulties are rock hard and cock hard. Oh shit, this is... What am I doing? What did I do? What did I do? I was pasting the script for the second chicken into that one. Yeah, okay. Just wanted to make sure nothing else got messed up with that. Hang on. Alright. There. Make sure we're copying this so that it's not resetting the second chicken and doing nothing with this one. Ba-da. Medium. And hard. Nice. Last chicken. Six. Ba, 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 ba. Copy and paste to make the easy minigame. Okay. There we go. Alright. Now, to make things easier for the hard difficulty, since the chickens are going to be moving around fast, we're going to make it so that it's on event touch, so that if the chicken touches you, not just you running into it, it'll still count as a point. Just make things a little easier when they're just booking it. Oh, whoops. Oh, and we can remove this from the first page of this one. And we can remove this from the first page of this one. Alright, easy, medium, hard. Easy, medium, hard. And... easy, medium, hard. Oh, wait. Yep, yep. Player touch. Event touch. Perfect. Okay. So now we have our difficulty options put in. Again, we still have not put in a win condition yet. But we'll work on that. And now we hit hard. We could probably have him move a little faster than that. And I know how to do it. Normal? Faster. Actually, we could probably set this back to 6 with that being at faster. But we'll have to test it and see what it's like. Normal. Faster. 6. These things are gonna book it. Oh, whoops. Faster. Okay. Normal. Faster. Alright, yeah. Now they should be moving quick. Oh, yeah, there they go. There's that fake difficulty. Get back here. Get back here. Yeah, 16 chickens. So, yep. So now we have to set up win-lose conditions for it. This really is... we made this super simple. Okay. Have this on switch easy. And we're going to make it so that... conditional branch. If our chicken kicked equal to... we set it to 20 for the 1 minute, right? We'll have a big old, you win! I don't think that's actually going to have it in the middle. Because of how RPG Maker handles text, that's actually probably going to be a little bit more to the right when we look at it in the game. Yeah, put it down. Yeah. Okay, then when... oh, we'll have it play a sound effect, too. Or, actually, what we should be doing... as soon as it hits go, we should have it play some music. So, hang on, let me, mute our music there. And let's find something to play. So, let's find some silly default RPG Maker music. Well, we're already using this one. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's our music. There. And, oh yeah, we're also going to make it so that it fades out the previous track that was playing in the tent. So that's kind of a good build up for the player when the music begins. Okay. Oh, and then we'll do our other difficulties as well. So, 10. Oh, and we got to set these to auto runs. Oh, no, we don't want to set them to auto runs. Parallel process. The text box will stop anything from happening. Right. And then we're going to set up the timers for our lose condition for after this. So... yeah, exactly what I said. It was going to move it more to the right. that music track's real good for that. So we'll do a little victory music thing that will cut that out when you win. Your win. well, actually, what are we doing? We have a screen for that. We literally have an animation and a screen for that, for your winner. We could just use that. Hold on. There we go. We'll just kind of have it play. Isn't there like a clapping sound effect in this? There might have been. I don't know. Oh, crap, our music playing. There we go. But we gotta have like a congratulate, like, woo, yeah! Huh. I remember there being, oh well. We can just do one of the chimes. There. Yeah, that'll work. Have it play that. Have it play a little... Try the cow noise! Yeah. It is just a cow mooing. There we go. That's like down pitching. It makes it seem a little more definitive. Like, yeah, you did it. And we'll have it change to some victory music, which I do know this has. We need Diablo 2. Oh, yeah, we could just get the files and put it in here. That wouldn't be a problem. We've done it a couple times already. Perfect. Oop. I am getting messaged. Actually, I thought I had Steam set to offline. Oh well. There we go. But yeah, I think... Yeah, and now we just grab that, because we want to make sure it's all working. Oh, didn't grab all of it. The heck? Copy, paste, Control Z, Control V it. Thank you. Alright, let's give it a go. This music track is 51 minutes? Excuse me? Oh my god, it is. Just, we'll skip to another one. Yeah, the Spiritfarer track I have playing right now is 51 minutes. Just the right amount of frantic energy. Nice. Was it ripped? No, that's actually from the game's official soundtrack. It's literally just a slowed down version of all of the game's ambient music. Yeah, let's skip to the next one. That's better. Okay. So yeah, so that works. That all works. Let's make it so that this move picture is a little slower, so you can kind of take some time to appreciate your victory. So we'll make it 3 seconds. Wait 3 seconds. There we go. Could make it a little slower because of how long that music is. Yeah, I'll make it 5. Yeah, we'll make it 5 seconds. What's 5 seconds to somebody? Just 5 seconds of their life. Plus, it's not like you have to win every minigame. Alright. So we have win conditions set up for each of these. So how about our lose condition now? So earlier we set timers for all these. 1 minute, 30 seconds, 15 seconds. So we're going to want a variable here for getting a game over. That will do nothing at the start, but once the timer hits 0 seconds or less, I'm going to do an auto run. Little things like, wow, you can't pick cock. And we gotta have some defeat music for that. Aw. A little more defeating. Oh yeah, game over music. Yeah, why not? Yeah, that works. There. And just to make things easier for the player... Sounds like they jazzed the the jazz to death with that defeat music. Do 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 do. All right, so then we'll have it start the timer, and we'll have it show up for the player too. There we go. I love RPG movies. Oh yeah, the boss one theme is basically the main theme for the villain. Oh yeah, I love RPG. Like there's a specific track I absolutely love. No, whoops. We want to play the music. There's a music player button. There it is. That was like I genuinely think it's like a good track outside of just RPG Maker. I think it's one of the ending themes. This was one of them, but it's not the one I'm thinking of. But I do actually like this one. Yeah, I don't remember what it was. Huh. I thought if I saw the name, I might remember it. But yeah, that was one of them. But yeah, there's one where like I genuinely do like listening to it. It's like, that's good. That's really... Okay. So now we'll do medium. Oh no! I'm gonna lose! Actually. This song, it's strangely fitting. There we go. Oh, wow, you can't kick. Yeah, so there we go. We have our win condition, we have our loss condition. So now all we have to do is we just make it so that the it will teleport the player back to the witch's hut when you win or lose. So let's grab easiest way to do that. Mostly just because we have a bunch of variables that are set up that change the lighting and everything, and when we walk into that room, that we want it to set. So we'll grab that. Have the player get teleported back up here. And then do the same thing for the win conditions. And then, of course, you know, we'll have, like, little rewards and everything the player gets, too. We'll probably hand out, like, maybe we'll do more DVDs. Or, like, one gives you, like, the first one gives you some money. The second one gives you, like, an item you can use. And then the third one, the hardest difficulties give you a extra DVD. And then, of course, we have to set it up so that, like, the player can't keep abusing that. So we have to set it up so that, like, say, if the player already has this item in their inventory, then they get something else too. Like, you know, either it's just more money, more items, something like that. Yep. And then we'll probably do more than that afterwards, but let's see. Get back here! Get back here! Alright, we have to have it so the timer gets stopped, too. Alright, it is teleporting us back, and the lighting's working correctly, so that's good. Alright, so yeah, well... we gotta make sure it stops the timer. Otherwise, it'll still fail us. Funny. Alright, stop timer. There. Get him in the corner! No! Get back here! We're gonna fail this time. Oh. Try it again. So yeah, that's the other thing we gotta fix too. Is now, if we reset it, because that timer is still at 0, now we have to make it so that no matter how the player exits the minigame, it's going to reset that timer back. So after it's done teleporting the player, it's going to set that timer. We'll just have it set it back to a minute. It really doesn't matter what we set it to, as long as it's not 0 seconds. So that when they go back in the minigame, it's not instantly failed again. Because the other events will just set the timer for us when it gets in there. Cut! Oh. There. And of course, the other event processing isn't happening because we didn't shut off the difficulty modifiers either. You can't get cut! So yeah, we also need to make it so that our switches for easy, normal, and hard all get shut off too. There. And that should make it so that this isn't automatically happening. It should just default back to starting us off. Oh, and we also got to make it one more thing we got to do. We also need to make it so that the variable for kicking the chickens is set back to 0. That way you don't just walk back into the minigame and instantly win it. There we go. And we'll have to do that for when we win also, but yeah. There we go. All right, so we have a win condition, we have a fail condition, and it's all working good. Oh, we should also make it so, hang on. Wait for completion, yep. There we go. That way we shouldn't have to have the 5 seconds on that. Bada bing, bada boom. And then, just like we did with this, we want to control the stuff that's setting the timers on these difficulties for when we win. And there we go. Oh, we do need to change the teleport for these, because I noticed it was not putting us back in the chair. Right. Well, I didn't think we'd be wasting so much time on the first minigame. Oh my god. So I'm going to work on some of this on my own on the side. To kind of fix and improve some things. Maybe add some, like, a kicking animation to this or something. Wow. So yeah, everything should, be set up correctly now. Actually, if we check, make sure the variable for the chicken, back to 0. Yep. Awesome. Oh yeah, we don't have anything set up for saying cancel. Yeah. Well, I'll work on all that some other time. Like, I'll work on some of the stuff in the background as I usually do, just for general improvements. I didn't even realize it was 11 o'clock. There was so much stuff I wanted to do in this. Oh, and I feel like we wasted time tonight. We didn't get to make up a new dungeon like we did the last time. For you to go around do any grinding in. It was just this dumb minigame nonsense. But yeah, as I usually do, before I wrap up the RPG Maker streams, I do want to show, once again, how complicated some of this can get. So before we wrap things up, let me open up the game I made for Endless Chaos. And let me show something off for, let's say, hang on, this should be in, right? Yeah, okay. Let's show how complicated some of this stuff can get. Got your fire extinguisher to walk over lava, of course. You have your cigarette that when you use it, you die. So that cigarette you found at the bottom of a random treasure chest, you collapse on the ground as the toxic fumes fill up your lungs. Your insides feel like they'll burst. You lay there gasping for air and losing life fairly quickly. You start to wonder what could have ever made you so desperate to use something that you knew would lead to no good. Must have been desperation, you think, like in an old adventure game. I hate to tell you this, but this is more like a Sierra game and less like a LucasArts one. To make a long story short,
you have failed.
Yeah, good times. But, specifically, the Pumpkinhead boss fight works the same way it does in the main game, where you need to make sure you have the items that Pumpkinhead wants, so the fire truck, the airplane, the football, the teddy bear, and you need the watch in order to stop time to set the item down. That's an event that plays only if you have nuclear kittens in your inventory. They all leave. Quiet down, you. Tried it. Right behind me, isn't he? Can you kill Pumpkinhead in this? Yes. And no. There used to be a way to kill him and it would freeze the game. I think I've patched it since then. But how you're supposed to beat him is you have to go to your items, And the only thing that works is the watch. This is just the distraction you need to pull out your items. Which of these shall you give him? And you have to watch the cutscene like you would in actual Pumpkinhead to figure out which item you need. So I don't remember what it is, so we're just going to give him a random one. Misses you. He looks back up. He knows the item you left on the ground, proceeds to pick it up. This just makes him angrier. So it's the wrong one. So he kills us. Feel him lowering his foot under your chest, slowly crushing your ribs and destroying your insides. The magic only described as, oh god, it hurts so much. And that's a game over. The last few seconds of your life start fading away. You wonder how this could have been possible to get any worse. Yeah.
You have failed.
So yeah, the code for Pumpkinhead's... there we go. The code for Pumpkinhead's fight is massive. Like, insanely massive. Let me get into this. So, how do I check the events? Hang on, there's a thing to check events for fights. Troops, here we go. Okay. So, you can do a thing in RPG Maker where, like, if you have certain switches activated, it'll do stuff. So, like, there's a mystery potion that will either heal you or it'll hurt you. You can use the watch just as a thing. Well, the middle finger and the max HP. You can use the watch, and it's just a thing to, like, give you a hint that, hey, you might need this for something else. So don't use it now. The Pumpkinhead fight... is this. This is the entire code for the Pumpkinhead fight. I had to go over this thing for almost a week straight to make sure it was all working correctly. Here's what's happening in this code. To go over it really quick. So, you have your 4 items in your inventory to beat Pumpkinhead. Use the mirror to show his ugly thing. You have your 4 items. There is checks here for if you have the item and you use it. If you don't have the item and you use it. If you have the item, if you choose the correct item but you don't have it. If you choose the incorrect item and you don't have it. And of course, if you choose the right item and you have it. There's checks for all of it in here. It is such a pain in the ass. Yeah, this is how complicated some stuff gets. And again, all of that for something that you guys saw for like 10 seconds. That's how crazy developing games like this can get. It's just, oof, it's nuts. Yeah, I think I might do a stream in the future where we do Endless Chaos and I kind of get into some of the code and everything in the background. I think that'd be a little fun to do. Just to kind of get into the development of it. Like, here's a spoiler for this whole map here. This whole map is there's just traps everywhere and you have to go the right way in it. In order to get the fire extinguisher at the end here. Here's a funny thing. So, there used to be a video on the channel, actually it might still be there, hinting at the fact that I put, like in the video, it was a live action video that I did building up this game. I put my PSP in my pocket. So it was a hint that in the game, I still have the PSP in my pocket. And in fact, when you start the game, you'll notice it's the only item in your inventory. That's because you can use it as a flashlight here. If you somehow manage to make it through this entire map without using the flashlight, somehow there is an event for it. where it's just like, oh, you stumbled around. Oh, I didn't even know how to do it, but I managed to make it all the way here. Either my clairvoyance is top notch, or you're just an amazing player. By a divine miracle, you received the fire extinguisher. But yeah, just funny things like that. Yeah, like I said, I think we'll do a future stream where we'll get into this. Can you steal an empty box and upset the ghost children? You cannot, sadly, but there's lots of other fun ways to die in this. Like, it was the most fun I had with it was coming up with new ways to just die very stupidly. Yeah. So, oh shoot, I do not have the background up. Hang on, don't even know how that happened. Fix this quick. There we go. But yeah, like I said, I think that would be a fun stream, and then just kind of get into how some of the coding and everything works. Like we'll just do like a playthrough. I'll show off some of the fun stuff, and then like get into the coding of it and everything. And I might show off some progress I was making for the finale too, with like the dungeon crawly aspect of it. But oof, it's a lot of work. But the entire point of that game was just like, can I do this? And in most cases, as long as I took a while to do it, the answer was yes. Absolutely, it could be done. Uh, all for a dumb April Fool's joke. But one I still had fun making. But yeah, that'll be it for this week's stream. This was halfway good, halfway a bust. Shame about the first mini game, but at least we got the second one to figure it out. So yeah, as usual, I'll figure out stuff to do like behind the scenes, like I'll figure out like rewards and things like that, as I always do. And oh geez, like I wanted to have more progress done on this because I would have liked to have finished this game up in another stream or two so that you could all actually play it, because the entire idea of these streams was to make a game and finish it so that you guys can play these. But I didn't even show off how the new HP bar worked. Like it's just little things like that. You get so distracted working on other stuff. Yeah, thanks for coming around as always, Dragoon. Yeah, so next week, I don't think I have a poll. I've had something planned for a little bit, so we'll go ahead and play that. I will leave it a mystery as to what it is until the stream comes around. So I will see you guys next week. Thank you very much for coming around. As always, I even when it's something like stupid, like we're banging our head working on a mini game for 2 hours, I still have fun with these streams. Like, absolutely. I enjoy doing this every Thursday. I look forward to it. And I'm glad a lot of you guys look forward to it too. So I will see you then. You guys take care. Stay safe. Have a great night. Wash those hands. And bye-bye.